Morning. If we could all stand, please. We will begin the day right with a word of prayer.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for your grace. We thank you for your mercy. God, we thank you for the opportunity that you have granted unto us to gather together as one. Lord, as we begin this day, we want to commit it into your hands, God. Everything that we have plans, Father, we want to offer it unto you, and we ask that your presence will remain with us and that you would lead and guide us. We thank you for your angels that you have encamped around us to lead us through this day, oh God. We pray that you would give us a heart of understanding, listening ears, oh God, and a receptive spirit this day, God, that we will not leave the same way that we came in, oh God. I pray, Father, if it's anything, God, that we will know that because you are with us, Father God, whatever it is, hallelujah, that we walk through this day, Father God, not knowing and want to find out that it will be so, oh God, through some way of information. God, I pray that you will continue to rest, remain, and abide with us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. If you weren't awake, you're awake now, right? Thank you very much. Okay, so I just have quite a few announcements to make before we get started. We have our guest speakers today. We have quite a very good lineup. I'm very excited to have some new faces, some not so new faces with us today. We hope to have, as you heard in our prayer, open hearts, open minds, receptive spirit around the topics to be discussed today. We'll be hearing from experts in the field of supporting persons with autism and Down syndrome, those living with persons with autism and Down syndrome, and their lived experiences. And so we have a few house rules. When you hear the call to return to your seat, please do, because we have a packed schedule. If we have to disagree with each other, as would happen, let's do so respectfully. Let's open our minds to a different perspective. And let's not just be present, but have an impactful experience today. All right? So each of you, when you came in, you would have had a Symposium folder. You would have received one at registration. In it, you will have general information about how to get support or how to support your families. In it also, you'll have a slip of paper. On it is written the words, "Ask the doctor." We have a segment where we'll have Dr. Mike with us, and that's your opportunity to ask him your questions. You can choose to do so directly from your seat. We'll have mic runners come to you. Or if you're shy, and that's all right too, you can pass your slip over to the lemonade reception, the lemonade table over there, or to someone at registration, and we will read your question on your behalf. We also will have with us later today Elegant Holistic Spa will be in the house again. So between 9 and I think about 11, we will be having free 5-minute mini massages in the back. So if you're feeling a little tense and you want to just loosen up those shoulders a little bit, they'll be here with us. And if you want to extend that experience a bit, they've extended to us today a discount where you can go up to their spa, which is on the next floor up, and you can do a 30-minute massage for, I think it's about $50 or something like that. So it's hugely discounted for you today. If you have a partner you want to have the massage with, you can also have an even bigger discount. So that's available for you today. There's Wi-Fi at registration, or you will see slips about. The Wi-Fi password is available to you. Let's just use it moderately today, please. It's just for accessing the documents that we have available today. Let's not do any live streaming. The resource tables are also here for your information. We have a few in the house already. We'll have a few others coming throughout the day. Please pass by. We have with us social development, reading room, therapy to thrive will be here. The wellness center should be here. And we have a few others that will be coming in throughout the day. So Go over there, speak to the service providers, understand what's available in our community, take the free swag, but also don't take their props and their display items or books. You can learn more about the programs we have at Lemonade, or you can sign up for them at our resource desk. It's to the left there. You see the lovely Michelle is sitting there. Kiara is going to be there as well. That's where you go. You can sign up for things like our Family Assistance Program, or Waves of Wonder art program, which happens on Fridays. Our equine program will be restarting this summer. And our lunchtime chats, you can get information about that. That happens on Thursdays. We're also planning a respite program for parents, and we'll be doing our first one in collaboration with the social development team. So that one is coming soon, and you'll hear more about it today. And we also have in August the usual Coney Island Fun Day for our kids. So sign up early so we can get a sense of the numbers coming on that day. All right, so that's it for announcements. Let's keep our phones on silent, but keep them close, especially if you've got kids in the creche, in case there's something and they're trying to reach you, they'll WhatsApp you. All right? But I promise you the kids won't want anything to do with you today. They'll be having a lot of fun downstairs. All right, so without further ado, let's get started. If my first speaker is ready, I will invite Crystal Estridge to accompany me on the stage. And she'll be... Crystal will be talking with us today about getting down with music therapy.
I'll try my best. I have like a whole presentation.
Okay, so how are we gonna do this today, Crystal?
Well, I actually had a presentation prepared, so.
All right, as our tech guys get it loaded up, let's hear a little bit about Crystal today.
Well, that's a part of the presentation as well. But I am Crystal Estridge, and I am currently the program director at the Disability Services Division within the Social Development Department. And so under my department, we offer various programs, which include our early intervention program, our autism program, and our day program for adults with disabilities. But in addition to that, some people will know, some people will not know, I'm also a musician. I've been teaching music for probably 20 years. Well, teaching piano, and I also, for a very brief time, I taught music at Inez Adams Primary School as well.
I did not know that about you.
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. All right, so we have a proper musician in the house.
I'm trying. So to appropriately inform you all about music therapy, I am not a licensed music therapist. My master's is in child and adolescent mental health, but I do have a cousin that studied music therapy, and so I leaned on her a lot to get some information for this presentation, and I also have a clip of her giving us some background on it as well. Okay, so I think we already introduced myself, who I am, where I work, and so at the Disability Services Division, our vision is to develop a society that acknowledges and accommodates differences. Okay, so what is a disability? I think that most people would know what that is already. Basically, it just is a condition that might impair functioning in different areas, and there are different types, which could include like physical, cognitive, etc. And then we would know that there are non-visible disabilities as well, so not every disability is something that you can observe with your eye. Okay, so I like numbers, and today we're talking about autism and Down syndrome. So to tie everything in together, at all services between the years of 2022 and 2025, for our child population, the most commonly occurring disorder was autism spectrum disorder. And that was 48 of those clients. Can't remember the total number off the top of my head. But later on, it would say it's about 67% of that child population that we saw within those years would have been affected by an autism spectrum disorder. And so I also mentioned that we have adult clients as well. And the most commonly occurring primary diagnosis in that population is Down syndrome. But if you look at the tables, you would see that intellectual disability as well as pervasive developmental disorder have occurred more commonly, and that's just because a lot of people have co-occurring disorders. So I'll briefly go through those things when we get to that point. Okay, so everybody in here should already know, I think, what an autism spectrum disorder is, but it's just a group of disorders that present with three main features, which would be impairments in communication and language, impairments in social interaction, and then what we call like restricted, rigid, or flexible behaviors. And those are the things that we observe that relate to maybe having specific preferences for different types of foods, different types of activities. We would see things like repeating behaviors like hand flapping. So that is basically what that refers to. And like I said, at all services, I can't see from here, but I think it says 67% of our child population between the years of 2022 and 2025 had an autism spectrum disorder. So briefly, typically when we think about interventions for this population, we first might think about a behavioral approach, which the behavioral approach now takes a perspective of addressing various challenges by providing like different approaches like reinforcement and well, like positive behavior, like strategies in order to help to change the types of behaviors. And the most commonly commonly known method of that would be ABA therapy. As well, we have our educational supports, which parents would be familiar with, and then we have different developmental therapies. So, yeah. So back, and it should have a play button. Forward, it should have a play button to the bottom. Huh? Mm-hmm. You see the play button?
Small notes.
All right, we're gonna next get into the video
music
of music
therapy for parents and advocates. Who am I and why music therapy? My name is Janae Estridge, a board-eligible music therapist with a Master's of Music Therapy. I am passionate about supporting neurodivergent individuals and helping them grow through meaningful and engaging experiences. From a very young age, I've always enjoyed music and helping others, and I wanted to find a way to combine the two things that I love. After doing some research, I came across the documentary Alive Inside, and it showed me how powerful music can be when used in a therapeutic setting. That was the moment of confirmation for me that music therapy was the path that I wanted to pursue. What is music therapy? Music therapy is the clinical use of music-based interventions to support non-musical goals. It must be facilitated by a credentialed professional. And so a music therapist must have at least a bachelor's degree in music therapy, complete 1,200 clinical hours, be board certified, and in some jurisdictions, be licensed. It is a collaborative and goal-oriented process where music is used to address goal areas such as communication, social and emotional learning, cognitive development, psychological growth, and physical skills, just to name a few. Music therapists use a variety of methods such as recreative songs and games, receptive listening, improvisation, and composition, which includes writing, creating, and recording music, all tailored to meet individual needs of each client. So why music? What's so special about music therapy? Music is unique in its ability to engage multiple areas of the brain at the same time. In fact, it is the only art form that does this. It also helps to create new neural pathways which support learning and development in a way that is both effective and enjoyable. The improvement of skills such as attention, memory, emotional regulation, and executive functioning are great examples of this. How music therapy helps. Music therapy can especially be beneficial for individuals with autism spectrum disorder and Down syndrome, as it supports both expressive and receptive communication, helping individuals better process and output information. It also encourages social skills like eye contact, turn taking, and relationship building. Additionally, music therapy helps with emotional regulation by teaching individuals how to identify and manage their emotions. It can support sensory integration, improve motor skills like coordination and balance, and behavior like impulse control. Collaborative support. Music therapy is most effective when it does not happen in isolation. It's important that music therapists collaborate with families, teachers, and other professionals so that strategies used in sessions can carry over into everyday life. For example, a music-based intervention can support sequencing skills, helping a neurodivergent individual build independence with multi-step tasks like getting dressed or completing a classroom routine. The goal is not just progress within sessions, but sustainable support across the home, school, and in the community. Music can be more than just something we enjoy. It can be a meaningful tool to encourage transformational change.
Okay, so that was just a brief background about music therapy, what it does, the possible benefits, and how it should be facilitated. So on this slide, she basically went over all of this, what are the possible benefits. And so it is thought that music therapy can be supportive to promoting communication skills, social interactions, etc. It's a multisensory approach as well, and it's something that can support individuals throughout the lifespan. And so I had a bit of reading to see, like, what does the research say? So the research, it's a relatively new field. There's not a lot of robust studies available. And so that is a challenge in saying that, okay, this is guaranteed that. But there does seem to be indication that it has a strong basis in the development of different social skills, particularly as, you know, during the music sessions, you might be modeling, you might be taking turns, there's that interaction with somebody, and so it can assist them, particularly with developing nonverbal communication skills as well. So other areas, there might be some development, there might be some transferable skills, but longer term studies are needed for us to really say that this is the case. Okay, so how can we integrate music into our support approaches? So currently, as I said, I work at the Disability Services Division, and the educators in here would know that when we deal with these children, especially younger children, early in their development, we use a lot of songs. This song is for washing your hands. This song is for going to the party. This song is... So we already utilize music in a lot of the learning and the teaching that we do. So that's one way that we can incorporate music into supporting the individuals in our lives that may have challenges developing various skills. It can also be, we utilize it as sensory support. Maybe sometimes you have some calming music playing in the background when they go into the sensory room and the lava lamps and the lights to help them to calm down. And we as well sometimes have them engaging with various instruments, particularly percussive type instruments. And percussion instruments are just basically instruments that you hit, strike. You know, they're very easy to learn to play. Maybe percussionists in here will say that that's disrespectful to say, but when our children are engaging with these instruments, they can develop different skills. Like, for example, when I was speaking with my cousin, she was telling me with the guitar, it helps them, like, to develop their grip, right? When they're playing the keys, they have to develop these fine motor skills in order to press the different keys. So there are different ways that music helps the development holistically in the interventions that we already currently do. And then I had a question when we were having a conversation. Me as a music teacher now, I'm not a licensed music therapist, but how do I help my students? Because she said to me that sometimes with individuals who have more significant challenges, she might not teach reading music notes, or she might amend the musical notation. And that's why I have this example here on the slide, because she was speaking to me about, for example, the note C might be indicated by the color red, or the note G might be indicated by the color blue. But also, you know, some children, they might have different strengths in different areas, and so maybe you might need to more take an approach that's improvisational, thank you, rather than standard music reading. So if there are any other music teachers in the room, these are our considerations that we can take when we're having our music lessons. Okay, so like I said, we also have adult services. Yes, question.
Yeah, well, I have a question. Before we get to the adult services, so with the therapy, the music therapy, because this is something I'm keen to learn more about. And full disclosure, guys, we're looking at getting a program going here in the BVI for our kids to enjoy the benefits of musical therapy or therapeutic music. We know that you have to get all the certifications and all of that, but there's an in-between place where that support can happen, as you just demonstrated, how teachers can help, music teachers can help, how parents even do it naturally at home. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, yeah? So it's just, how then, where do we start? Like, how do we actually get it going? Like, do we just start playing music for the kids, get them music that they like? Do you think, as a music teacher, I'm asking, not as a music therapist?
You mean supporting them with music?
Yeah.
Or getting them into interacting?
Just supporting them using music.
Well, like you said, I feel like a lot of parents naturally do that. This generation is kind of like iPad babies, and I guess they hear all the songs, so they already seek it out on their own. I don't know. I think it's a natural thing that just happens, because I feel like music is an integral part of like our cultural identity, our community relations, how we socialize. It just naturally occurs in all facets of our life.
I like that. It is in our culture. It's built in. Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to ask that question because it was on my mind. Like, how do we actually get it going? Because you've seen the videos, nonverbal kids or those struggling with language, bless you, they can't have a conversation, but they know the lyrics to a whole song and they would sing it on key. Like, that is, there's something there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, sorry. You may proceed.
No, it's fine. I think I'm just going to zoom through this section because I think my time is almost up. And we could go past that as well. So when we're speaking about adulthood, we have a lot of things that we're doing for our children, but how do we support our adults? And there are different things that us as adults, we do that signify that we are adults. It gives us independence. We take care of ourselves and all of these different things. But there are a lot of limitations in place for people with disabilities to really be a part of society, right? And so for adults, I think that we need to support them in various areas, such as occupations. I have a little highlight on that further on. And even just accepting and including them into our social spaces and our community events. All right, so this part I'm just talking about independence, and ADLs or activities of daily living are basically just things that you do on a daily basis. So that is something that we could develop with the person itself, whether it is teaching them how to make a meal, well, you might not have to teach them, they already know how to go to the bathroom, those kind of things. So a lot of them are successful in that area already, right? But when it comes to occupation, we have more challenges because people with disabilities are less likely to be employed, they're more likely to be underpaid, they're more likely to be terminated based on discrimination. And so what is it that we can do to support them? Because just because they have a disability does not mean that they are incapable. So in fact, people with disabilities, they come with their own positives in the work environment, which can include longer term retention. They have their specific interests and strengths in certain areas. They can focus greatly sometimes. They have innovative ways of problem solving. So as a whole, if we can be more supportive to this population in employment, it not only benefits the individual, but it benefits us as a community. We could skip that. Yeah, we could keep. I think we went to the end. Okay. Back to the one before. I think, yeah. So I'll just do the last two. So how can music support our adults? Like I said, it's music therapy. It's supportive throughout the lifespan, right? The baby is born, you're singing the baby a song. The toddler is trying to toilet, you play them a song, right? You're a teenager now, you're going out with your friends, music is playing in the background, right? As an older adult, you might be having cognitive challenges, but then a lyric plays and you remember the whole song. So music also can be very supportive to our adults, particularly when it comes to, again, that social engagement and community life. When I take on my adult clients, they're ready to dance. right? They are ready to dance and have a good time, right? So having these spaces where they can go can help them to feel more like a part of society. In addition, again, there can be support for people who have like specific strengths in music. Maybe that can be an occupational avenue that they can explore, but also there are different skills that you can learn, like was mentioned, like attention, focus, and whatever that can support you in other areas. All right, so again, music therapy refers to the clinical use of music to support music interventions to support non-musical goals. And music therapy can be beneficial to development of various skills, particularly social skills, but it can also be communication skills. It could also be various developmental skills. And so, oh, that's it. Yeah, we can move on. We can move on. So my cousin was very gracious in saying that if anybody had specific questions for her, you could submit it. I could send it to her, and she'll send back the responses. So if you have any questions about music therapy proper, you can submit them, and we'll see how we could get the answers and share with everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We have about 1 minute. Is there any questions anyone will have for Crystal? No? Okay, I know you guys are warming up. That's okay. That's all right.
Thorough.
You were very thorough. Well, thank you very much. We do appreciate the presentation and the research you did to do it and the collaboration. You see, that's how we do it, guys, you know? And I want to say thank you very much for doing this again.
Welcome. You're welcome.
All right, let's give her a hand, ladies and gentlemen. All right, music therapy. I'm excited about that one. All right, so moving on, trying to keep it on time. You see it's 9:30. We're going straight into the next one. All right, so we have an exciting conversation we're about to have with a young man and his mom, and they're going to give us a day of walking in their shoes. Can I please join me in welcoming Akaelen Brewley and Sharlon Lewis-Forbes to the stage. Get a mic? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Say something.
Hi.
Akaelen is not shy, guys, just so you know. All right, so today I had some questions for you two because I know you're both going through, as we all do, stages of our lives, but you two have a very unique situation. I thought it would be very interesting to share with the group today. So, Akaelen, how old are you?
11.
You're 11 years old. When did you turn 11?
August 11th.
August 11, you turned 11. That's funny.
What a coincidence.
I know, right? So Akaelen is 11, and Akaelen currently attends the Elmore Stout High School. He's finishing up his first year, and his mom, Sharlon, we're just gonna call her Sharlon today because, yes, we all know this is Dr. Lewis, and those of us who know her, we know the work she does. But today she's here as a mom in support of her son, Akaelen.
Right.
And so I have some interview questions for you. Is that okay? Can I ask some questions?
Sure.
They're not hard. I promise.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So just to give you guys a bit of some perspective here. So I thought today it would be good for us to be able to hear the lived experiences of persons who are supporting our neurodivergent community and also those that are actually living with a neurodivergence. And so, Akaelen, is it okay for us to say what your neurodivergence is today?
What? Is it okay? Can we tell them? Yeah.
Okay.
I
You wanna tell them? I can tell them.
I have autism.
Awesome. All right. That's right. You live with it every day, all day.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
And as I said, that has been a super strength for Akaelen. He has his challenges, as we all do, but I find that it also helps him greatly to have that super big brain in his head. Right?
Right.
So, as I mentioned, Akaelen's mom is a medical doctor, and as you'd imagine, you know, you probably figure, oh, she's got it all figured out. She went to medical school. She knows what this is about. You know, piece of cake, right? Right, Mom? Piece of cake for you. No? No? Okay. You want to hold them? All right. All right. So we're going to talk a bit today about what you love, what you hate, and what your experience has been like. All right. So my first question. You ready for the first question?
Yeah.
All right. So the question is, high school already, wow. Looking back on the journey so far, what has surprised each of you the most about getting to this point? What surprised you?
The fact that I've skipped grade 1 when I was like 6
Why do you skip it?
because I was just way too smart for it.
Okay, fair. All right, what else? Anything else that surprised you about this journey? That's all right.
History. I wasn't really doing very well, but I was getting better over time.
But history?
Yeah.
That's your history class?
For history. AKA my least favorite subject.
I see.
I wouldn't say that anything has surprised me. I think I recognized from an early age that Akaelen was really smart. The social interaction part, you know, took a while to kind of pick up on it, 'cause you just think that, I don't know. You just think that some people just have a shy personality, or like they don't really like to mix and mingle with others. So like you could miss a lot of the, you know, the cues, the things with not looking into people's faces, you know, people calling his name and he's ignoring them. And you're just thinking like, yeah, he just doesn't want to bother with them. So it took a while for even me to realize that something was significantly wrong. and then even more to go the extra step to actually get him tested. So I think, if anything, yeah, it's just that part of the journey.
Okay. And I remember, if you allow me to share, that you and I had a conversation in early days about should I get him tested? I have this instinct as a mom and not really getting the support. People don't really want me to put a label on him.
Yeah.
Should I actually do it, Simone? What do you think? You want to talk about that a little bit?
And that's part of the struggle. Again, when you start to realize that something is wrong, and it's like, okay, as you're saying, do you want your kid labeled? Because then, they're labeled as, special needs and, that kind of thing. And it can seem as very derogatory. But I found in my experience, not just with dealing with Akaelen, but with other kids, that when you get your children tested and you actually have a diagnosis, then you can actually come up with a game plan on how to help them. And it helps even with the teachers, because I see a lot of teachers in the room. It helps that if you have, an identifiable issue, then you kind of know how to work around it. If you just kind of let them into school or into life and they don't know what's going on, they don't know how to even help themselves. So I do find it important for us to remember that a diagnosis is important because it can get your child the help that they need. And that's something that's really been, I think, helpful for me and Akaelen since he had his first diagnosis, with being able to work with the school, the counselor, to try to create that environment around him to support him in the way he needs for school. Because Akaelen, intellectually, academically, he's brilliant. We've tested him and we know that, especially with math, he's a genius. He was 9 and able to do math at a 19-year-old level. So I know he's really, really smart. But then there's the other part of it of being able to function in school. And those are some of the challenges that we have, even currently.
Yeah. What you got to say about that, Akaelen?
Is that true?
Do you like math?
Yes, I do like math, in fact.
Okay. So, Sharlon.
Yes.
I'm going to touch on the medical part of it for a minute, right? Because you said something interesting, and I want to elaborate on that a little bit. So when you started the medical support, did you feel like you were supposed to have it all figured out? Like you were supposed to know? Did you feel like people thought you should have known? Things like that?
No. No. Because the medical is one thing where they're like physical attributes, and we deal with kids with cerebral palsy and all these different issues. But when it comes to something, this is more mental health. And yes, the children can have physical signs. I think one of the things that maybe was a bit of an overlap with Akaelen was his hearing. When Akaelen was younger, he had like chronic sinusitis, ear infections, and his hearing was affected. And I actually thought that was one of the reasons that he wouldn't respond when people were trying to talk to him, because maybe he just genuinely couldn't hear them. I had taken him for a few hearing tests, and he had challenges in hearing. I can't remember which side now because it's been a while. But he had challenges with his hearing because of his chronic allergies. But then to go a step further, because up until he was like age 7, his speech wasn't that clear. He would speak, but it would be very broken up, sentences. You'd have to kind of know him and know his language to understand what he was saying. But I'll tell you what happened. At age 7, I'm from St. Vincent, so we went home to St. Vincent in 2021, and the volcano erupted. And we were home. It was supposed to be for 2 weeks. I see my boss in the corner there. It was supposed to be for 2 weeks, and it ended up being a month. But during that time, he was actually home with my family, and my family were very verbal. Like, we interact, we talk a lot. And after that trip home, Akaelen came back, and he was much more verbal. So I often tell parents with children with nonverbal children on the spectrum, there may come a time when they will start to talk, and unfortunately, that child will not have a filter, and they will say anything that comes to their mind. So they will talk, because I don't know if you guys notice here with him, he has his Pokemon. He can engage you in a conversation about Pokemon from now until tomorrow morning. So be very careful if you choose to ask him about his Pokemon today. And this is a child who really did not talk much or interact much, I would say, until that turning point that I can think of when he was about 7.
Yes, I know personally to not ask the Pokemon question. I acknowledge the Pokemon's present, but we will not be asking Pokemon questions.
Oh, yes, ma'am. You have to hold him. Yeah, closer to him.
All right, so Akaelen, I have a question for you. What do you love most about high school so far?
Well, I guess my favorite part about it is the teachers. The teachers. So, some of them are very nice and polite with teaching me, like Miss Daniel with math, and Miss Jeffers with science, Miss Baggott with English. The only teacher that I'm not a fond of is the history teachers, obviously, because I don't like history at all.
So it's not really the teacher, it's the subject. Let's be clear.
The subject.
We acknowledge the difficulty the teachers of his less favorite subjects would have.
All right, so I carefully ask you then, what's been the hardest or most frustrating part of high school for you, apart from history?
The struggle?
Put a mic to you.
What struggle?
What are you struggling?
Well, it has to do something with devices. Because sometimes whenever I'm on a device in class, I struggle to put that away after a while, because it just grows on me or something, and it takes me a while for me to get used to being away from my devices.
Okay.
That's actually why my mom took it away from me during last week. No, this week Monday.
So no devices all week so far?
Until next week Monday evening or Tuesday evening.
That's when you're going to get it back?
Yeah.
Okay. How's it been so far without the device?
Well, with a no device palette, I'd say that I'm actually proud of how I'm doing. The first day of being without my devices, I was already doing the dishes for my mom and her husband, TC, over there. Wait. He disappeared again.
So you were doing dishes, so you didn't miss the device? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what else?
I'm also taking better care of my cat. No, kittens. Because, Nelly, a cat, Auntie Simone?
I didn't.
We'll tell her after.
I wasn't planning on.
You trying to give me a cat?
We'll tell her after.
No. We'll tell you what happened
after.
You tell me after what happened to the cat. Okay, all right. Sounds like a juicy story. Can't wait to hear it. All right. And so you think you're coping, okay? You have something else? All right, go ahead.
Actually, no.
No, that's it? All right.
That's it.
So you're just counting the days until you get your devices back.
Yeah.
All right. You seem to be managing okay, though.
Hmm?
You seem to be managing okay. Or you look like you're rested. You're getting sleep, things like that. No?
Like I'm trying to do other activities to like keep myself entertained without my devices for until like Monday or Tuesday.
I see you have the dates marked.
Yeah.
All right.
It's one of the things I think we notice with our children on the spectrum, that they can become very obsessed with things. And yes, in this day and age, we have a lot of iPad babies, so they're on their devices all the time. I find it particularly difficult for him to regulate his use of devices. Now, I grew up during the time of Sesame Street and TV, and I was obsessed with television. But it's very close to addictive behavior, the way I think they get into things. So, we can talk about Pokemon, but devices and video games actually in his family is very common. So again, it took a while to realize how much of a problem it has been. And in school and high school, they are using devices to do classwork and whatnot. So I almost have to send him with his computer to school. But then there's so many complaints that I've gotten from teachers that he's using the computer in class for doing especially other things like playing games or whatnot, and he's not really paying attention to what's going on in school. And we'll talk about it. I will empower the teachers to take away the device if they need to. If they're not using it in class, then there's no reason for him to have it out. But then we still have our challenges where the teachers do say that he's using it too much. So on Monday, full disclosure, we had an incident, and for about the 4th time this year, I've had to go pick him up from school because of disruptive behavior in class. Akaelen is not in the special education class. He is integrated in the rest of the high school with everybody else, but the school counselors are aware of him. All of his teachers received a nice, neat dossier that was done by Auntie Simone here to just give them an idea of what Akaelen is like, his challenges, some peculiarities about him. And for the subjects that he likes, it's not a problem. I went to Teachers Day and I was really not surprised to hear all the science, math, STEAM teachers telling me how much they love Akaelen, because those are subjects that he'll be interested in. But the one subject that we're struggling with is history.
Obviously.
And I've gotten comments from Akaelen that, history is not important, he doesn't see why he has to study it. And this is, for me, that's hurtful because I love history in school. But he has his interest. And so on Monday, one of the other students was telling him to put his computer away in class, and he became very combative. He actually somewhat physically had an altercation with that student.
I didn't actually hurt him, I just put his hands on him.
Yeah, but you still touched him, Akaelen, and I told you that's not okay, right?
Right.
Okay. So it came to the point where the school counselor was trying to intervene. Is Ms. Pemberton isn't here? No.
No, she's here this afternoon.
Okay. So Ms. Pemberton is somebody who's known Akaelen from since primary school days. She used to do individual classes and therapy with him, and she's the person who's kind of like my go-to to look out for him in school. And even she couldn't get him to kind of, get back into formation. And I ended up having to go pick him up and take him away from school. So hence the devices got taken away. And for this week, he hasn't taken his computer to school except for yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
Because his STEAM teacher, who he loves and who is his favorite teacher, called me and said that he had classwork to do and she will take responsibility for him. Again, this is why it's important to have the diagnosis and have the support around your kids, because had they not known, he would be labeled as just a bad child, as a violent kid, and he would not have been able to get the kind of support. The teachers might have instinctively known, but it's better when they actually know what they're dealing with, because then it gives them that leeway to kind of intervene on your kid's behalf. So I am grateful for the environment that's being created around him in the high school. We know that Akaelen is kind of like a guinea pig, hopefully, for our other children.
He's the pilot. He's the pilot.
He's the pilot. He's a pilot project. Because we have a lot of our children who are actually diagnosed, who are going to be moving up in the school system. And, we know that the public school may have their challenges, but we can't keep sequestering them to private schools. We can't keep keeping them away from the rest of society, because we have to make sure that they can integrate when they get older. I do have my worries. Akaelen is now in grade 7. He's going to grade 8. One of the things I really struggled with and I was very worried about with him going into high school was bullying. I was very, very scared, because if you see the size of this child for 11, he's very small. And, he having his own social interaction issues. I was very worried that the other kids would take advantage and bully him. But he's in a class with children who've known him since preschool. And it was purposefully done that way, again, trying to create that environment of support around our children. And because of that, they look out for him. They tell him, well, hey, Akaelen, it's time to pack up. You have to go to your next class, put your stuff away. And they're very accommodating when he has his meltdowns and behaviors. And luckily, the other children have not taken when the teachers have to deal with him as a signal for them to then act up. It's understood that Akaelen's brain works a little bit differently, and it's just going to take a little bit of extra care. And I have to say, even the rest of the school population, they know him, and because he doesn't have them on now, but Akaelen is always in his bright green glasses at school. And we have children that come through our office at the wellness center on occasion, and I would ask them, like, hey, do you know my kid? Do you know Akaelen? And once I describe the green glasses, they're like, yeah, I've seen him around. So the other kids, I think they protect him, which is very, very helpful and reassuring for me as a parent. I am sure that all of us have seen the videos of, fights and whatnot, and I had my fears. But I have to say that it's working out really, really well so far, and I'm really happy that we made this step.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Akaelen, do you have... my final question for you is, what is your favorite subject and why? You could only choose one. I know you have a few, but choose one and tell us why.
It's math. Obviously math. My dad introduced me to math antics when I was like 7, and I was immediately getting the hang of this whole math thing as soon as I watched the first video of Rob with math antics.
So for those who don't know, Math Antics is a YouTube show teaching about math, and they can get very complex. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, even though, like my mother said, they can be a lot more complex than you would actually think. But even I was able to understand them like 95% of the time or so. Math Antics was actually very successful at the time that they even have their own website. You can go visit www.mathantics.com as soon as you go home, like right now, in fact.
You heard it here first, guys.
So, Akaelen, what about if you had to read math?
Read math, right. That's the main issue with math sometimes. I can understand some math problems a lot of the time, even if I don't have to read them. But if I do, I might not even read the question properly. And that causes me to get some problems incorrect. And that's the reason why not all of my math tests are 100%, because I don't read them a lot of the time. but I am learning. I am learning to read a lot more than you'd expect.
Okay.
Wonderful.
I just wanted to point that out because one of Akaelen's downfalls is he doesn't like to read. And he's a much more of a visual learner. So things like videos, they help a lot. So even now with the issue with history is a lot of reading, it's a lot of written classwork. So even with that, again, if the teacher knows, then they can adjust, what is it, a teaching plan? I'm sorry, I'm not an educator. But they can adjust the teaching plan and maybe incorporate even videos into their teaching rather than have him having to sit down and read all the time. What's also been helpful is for them to know, like if he's having a tantrum, again, calling the school counselor, but certain things like the bubble pop boards and whatnot, they can also help to calm them down. So that the puppets. Yeah, so then if the teacher kind of knows, then they can incorporate those different strategies for the child in the classroom setting. So having a diagnosis, I'm going to emphasize it again, is vitally important to be able to give your child that support that they need.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Does anyone have any questions for Akaelen or Sharlon? We can one question for each. All right, thank you. Okay, so that, ladies and gentlemen, was just a little glimpse into the life of young Akaelen and Mommy Sharlon, and what it is like having a child on the spectrum with the support that they need. And it's really, really important what she said. Getting a diagnosis or an assessment is not about labels. It's about ensuring your child has that support they need in whichever environment they're in, whether it's school or a church or in the community. It's important that people understand them, because too many times we've seen the videos, we've heard the stories of children being labeled troublemakers and disruptors and obnoxious and all these things because we didn't understand what we were dealing with. So very important that we keep supporting them as best we can. All right. Moving on. Next, I have a panel of persons that will be coming to speak with us about how we support our persons with neurodivergence with a real life perspective. And so I mentioned earlier, you had the Ask the Doctor slips in your folders. If you have your questions, you can get those ready. And in the meantime, I'll invite my panelists to the stage with me, Dr. Mike Turnbull, Latoya Brown, and Kate Mallin. Oh, looks like we'll start with Ask the Doctor. Yeah, just have a seat here. Yeah. Okay. Well, Dr. Mike and I will speak in it. We'll chat in it. Exactly. Before both of ours there. That would be comical. All right. I think this guy needs no introduction. but I will say very briefly, this is Dr. Michael Turnbull, known to us as Dr. Mike. He is no stranger in this space. He's been with us at Lemonade from the very beginning, personally with myself, my family, my daughter, and my son, just supporting neurodivergence in the community and helping us through various moments that can become challenging. So Dr. Mike also is the head at the Wellness Center, and that's one of the main places you can get assessments done. You can also get psychological support, and it's also a general medical facility, so they're expanding their offerings there too. All right, so Dr. Mike, this conversation with you is meant to open up today around the topics we're going to be discussing. So we have a myriad of topics today. And one of the first ones I think we can touch on is just in terms of supporting our children. You saw Sharlon and her son here earlier, and you saw she took the strong approach, took away the device. She was not having it. For this week, he has no devices. Now, there are some persons that may have a different perspective. They may try something different to say, I guess it's positive reinforcement, where that child may be offered something instead for good behavior. So there are different approaches to dealing with difficult situations. Do you want to talk about that a bit and your take on it?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say good morning to everybody and everyone watching online. I'm sorry it's only me, but I think I'll try to fill up the space as best I can. But I want to thank Simone and everyone from Lemonade for the continued amazing work, for their awareness, sharing, but more so being that invisible support that parents need in the quiet moments when no one else is around. So I want to say thank you to you all and everyone who's here. Neurodivergence is now becoming a topic and a lifestyle that is giving life to people who have been living in a darkness, not being able to understand. And I'll start this week. This week was pretty emotional because I diagnosed two individuals, one almost 40, one in their 20s with neurodivergence, specifically ADHD for the first time. And it was really emotional, teary-eyed emotional, because some of these people limited themselves in college, profession, not being understood for all these years. So even if you're an adult, you can still be evaluated. A trained psychologist, you don't even need to be a full psychometric testing. You could be evaluated and be helped. I would say, and when I was talking to them, they felt alone and felt like no one will understand. And I was able to share my story about my own neurodivergence, my own challenges that I had to come to bear during my doctoral program. That's again to say that all of us are unique in different ways, and the labels and the things that we attach, what they do is help you be understood and not be misunderstood. So when you're talking about behavior in neurodivergence for parents and trying to see whether it's a behavior or it's an overall challenge or it's them a capacity. So I want you to look at two things: capacity versus behavior. Capacity is if they can do it, if they even have the ability to do such. For example, capacity for neurodivergence may change. Can they literally sit at a table for 30 minutes without moving, without fidgeting, without talking, without interrupting? Well, most of the times in neurodivergence, especially in the area of ADHD, that will be very difficult. So if you try to discipline the incapacity, then you are beating a stick, and it's going to be really hard because you're trying to discipline them to do something that is not within their capacity. That is like I tell someone, when we leave here, we're going to go on a 10-mile run and you can't stop. But before we start, you said all of you can only run for 5 minutes. But I said, no, you're gonna run for 40 minutes. And every time you stop, I yell at you, I curse at you, I say you're lazy, you don't care about anything, you don't love this, that, and other. And then what, you get frustrated because the person's not doing what you want them to do. And the runner will get frustrated because they told you, and now you know they can't run beyond 5 minutes, but you are making them try to run beyond 5 minutes. That's capacity. Behavior then is, I know you can run for 5 minutes, but you choose not to run for 5 minutes. Now that's a behavioral issue where you could be able to help intervene in the behavior rather than worrying about capacity. And if we could understand what capacity versus behavioral restrictions is, asking, what is my child able to do first? And then now the unwillingness to do what they're able to do is now a behavioral challenge that you must intervene. So what Dr. Lewis does, what she did in that, she knew that Akaelen has the capacity to go a week without a device. Does he like it? No. However, he has the capacity to do so. So what she was correcting was using reinforcement, taking away a device to reinforce a behavior, a desired behavior. So she's channeling the behavior, not punishing capacity. Okay. So for example, don't disrupt class as much as you do. There are parameters that everyone understands that you'll do, but you went outside the bounds. That wasn't a capacity issue. That was a choice in behavior. And for neurodivergence, it is a really fine line that you have to continue to constantly evaluate with age, intelligence, time, and environment.
That is so true. And it's just about staying on top of knowing your child and observing those changes as they develop their understanding. I like that. I like that. That's actually helpful for me more than you know. All right, so we have Kate. Come on up, Kate. I'll just very quickly ask you, because we got some questions that came in. Ask the doctor. Here's Latoya. All right, so Dr. Mike.
I had a joke.
You have a joke? Okay. Go ahead with the joke, Dr. Mike.
I'm always proud when I'm a neurodivergent person and I am on time. And I beat all the other people. That's
that is huge. True.
It's a bad joke, but it's good for me.
Oh, believe me, I know that one too well. All right. So this question is, there's a lot of questions.
I saw you had a question before I could answer while you decipher from our about incentives versus
bribes
bribing,
versus consequences. Yeah.
Bribe versus consequences. Parents ask this a lot. Should I use bribes or incentives? Bribes are not good because every time you bribe, you're going to have to up the bribe. But bribing is easy because it gives you immediate satisfaction. But what it does is that it creates a negative cycle of expectation. Incentives should only be used in a term of very difficult behavior or very difficult chances. What you will want to do is use more desirable things, which is called, Kate said it in my ear, the principle first is called the PREMAC principle. You can look it up, PREMAC principle. The PREMAC principle is that you put you have a less desirable activity followed by a more desirable activity. So first then is only works if you have it followed by a more desirable. Now, our parents didn't know what a PREMAC principle was. They just know how to train behavior in a healthy way. So you were one of those kids, eat your vegetables, then you'll have ice cream. Well, the vegetables are less desirable, but if they're leading them to ice cream, yeah. Or finish your homework by a certain time, and then you get to 5 minutes of screen time. But it's creating a desire. So what you're doing with the child now, you're training them in terms of conditioning to let them know after you do something less desirable, something more desirable follows. And that creates in there a behavioral cycle. Even when they're older, I'm gonna go to work so I could pay my bills and have a comfortable day. You do it as adults. I'm gonna work this job that I don't like so I could go on vacation. So incentives have to be cornered around our desired, healthy, sustainable outcome. So that's why bribes don't work, because you're not changing a behavior, you're just soothing an issue. Now, sometimes in very, very panic situations, you may be able to use them, but I will say to stay away from them, because both you and the child will become easily dependent on that, but the behavior at the core is not addressed.
That is spot on, because it actually answers, Candace, I believe that answers your question about the veggies and the child that just has no interest in eating them. And I think that's really good advice. Incentivize it with, that's not gonna work. So what I used to do, just a minute, we're bringing a mic to you. Sorry.
So that's what Daddy and I do. So we say, sit and eat the rice. So I made fried rice Sunday.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Did you make it with like
peas, carrots, corn, season? Trust me, I cook for these children. I make an effort and I cook. And he sat there and he got angry at the plate because I was finishing chicken. And he sat there and he got angry and he started picking it out and putting it on the table, all the veggies. And I'm not eating this. And then Daddy had to calmly sit down next to him and feed him and said, if you eat it, you can play 5 minutes on your phone. And he's like, no, I'm not eating it. So it doesn't work all the time for us. So same thing with our daughter. If you do this, we will let you have half an hour. And I do it every afternoon. So I go get them early, come home, please go have a shower, please do this, and then you can have half an hour of screen time, half an hour of television, half an hour of drawing, or do something. I do it, and they don't. They are defiant. They would not do it. So
let me answer this question with a bit of transparency. Growing up, I did not like vegetables. Growing up, I did not eat peas. I didn't eat peas until I was like in my 20s.
But he used to eat these things, that's the thing. He used to love broccoli.
Yeah, he was younger. He didn't have a choice. Now, you have to ask yourself, you want them to eat vegetables, why?
It's healthy for him. It's a healthier choice.
I can't hear you.
It's a healthier choice for him.
Okay, I'm just bear with me. We're gonna go through this like a real session, right? You want him to eat vegetables because it's a healthier choice, right? However, you know that he has these different proclivities where he has specialization towards certain types of foods because we spoke before, right? Based on his diagnosis.
Yes.
Now, that is a behavior or a capacity?
What's the second
one? Right
one?
now, he doesn't like vegetables.
I think it's a sensory issue.
Yes.
So I know it's a sensory issue.
So you're doing right. It's a sensory issue. So the texture of the vegetables are triggering something that he may become overstimulated, which you just said you think it's a sensory issue. So now, you have to ask yourself, do I navigate a capacity issue or behavior? Your interventions that I said, the PREMAC principles, are to change behavior. It doesn't adjust capacity.
Okay.
So his sensory limitations or overstimulation is making the vegetables not a desire. He doesn't have the capacity at this stage or development to process eating the vegetables. Hence, then it's a capacity issue. We hope over time with different things that you're doing, with all the non-discriminate things that are intentional and non-intentional, that he will open himself up and have more capacity to try new things.
But this is not new. This is things he used to eat before.
I understand.
So.
But autism, for example, changes over time. So for example, some kids who are autistic, they spoke until they were 3-4 years old, and then they just stopped speaking. For example, some kids had a proclivity that for 2-3 years, they only wore blue. But now they wear blue and red, but they don't like white. The adjustment and flexibility is that ever changing. It's just like us. Some of us used to like, you're telling your age.
No, I have a second part.
She said some of us used to like Jerry Springer. I liked it. But not anymore. So we evolve. But that's, I'm saying, and I tell parents, when you identify that it's sensory, for you thinking it's a sensory issue, I guarantee you're 99% right. I tell parents their instincts is right. So modulate, get him the same nutrients that you're trying to get him or her through a smoothie, vitamins, or some other form that he doesn't even know.
So this is what we resulted into. So he don't like the fried rice, he don't like the rice, he don't like the veggies. Mommy, I like bread, I like burgers, I like fries, I like pizza. So I resorted in having to make bread every 2 days. But we don't want, it's just that I know bread, and Daddy said, turns into sugars, and then for 8, if you see him, he's a little overweight. So we are worried because diabetes run in our family, heart issues run in our family, both Daddy and I family, glaucoma run in the family. So now he's wearing glasses, his sister's wearing glasses. So, you know, these are the concerns, and now he's complaining to Daddy, Daddy, my knees hurting, my legs hurting, this hurting, that hurting.
So, it's just a simple thing, right? I understand your concern. The vegetables are creating unnecessary battle that you don't need to fight right now, that will cause dinner time and lunchtime to become 2 hours of stress versus 5 minutes. So the adjustment and the flexibility of making burgers that are more healthy and bread, or buying Ezekiel 4:9 bread, he may not like that, or bread that's gluten-free, or bread that's more healthier, to get him the same nutrients in a different form. Because trying to adjust the capacity right now with vegetables won't help. I didn't like peas because of the texture of it, and no one could get me to like the texture until at some point I was in my 20s. I said, let me try this again. And I was like, okay. It's not my favorite thing still, but my mom, for example, to get me to eat most of food, I was in love with ketchup. I thought ketchup was the best thing known to man. So to get me to eat any food, she just put ketchup on top of it. To this day at 42, I eat rice and ketchup and corn. Don't judge me, judge yourself. So that's what I'm saying. We have proclivities that we don't know. And I remember being at the dinner table and people telling me, don't leave until you eat your peas. And I was okay just sitting there for 2-3 hours because I am not gonna eat it, because it literally made me feel like something was scratching inside of my skin. I couldn't deal with the texture. I ate pea soup last year for the first time, vegan pea soup. You know why? Because I had a proclivity, because if I could not see inside, it looked murky, I could not distinguish that's something that you should eat. It was a capacity, I could not get it outside of my mind why this made sense. So instead of them fighting me to eat pea soup, they just gave me fish soup. So I'm saying, is a capacity, and it will evolve, it will change. And that's the beautiful journey of neurodivergence, of watching the changes, but being able to fill the gaps without frustrating yourself. The activity level, exercising, walking, all those things you could put in to help it make it fun, to help balance the health and weight issue. But I know you guys are amazing parents, and you are continually pushing the envelope and finding innovative ways. So just continue. And that's the thing, the flexibility of knowing that it's not going to be one thing. It's going to work for a little while, and then we'll have to adjust. But that's a great, great question. I'm sure it answered other questions for other people.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Mike. Well, since we now have our other panelists join us on stage, thank you for coming, Latoya and Kate. We're going to pivot a little bit to one of the topics that's coming up in our breakout sessions. And so, Kate, I will come to you with this one. This one is around safety and our children. So there's so much to say about safety for our children, with and even from each other, with adults and with family members. This could be physical, mental, or sexual. Is there any way to actually talk about this well? How early is too early? And if we haven't started, is it ever too late? And what have you seen work? I know there's a lot of questions, but yeah.
Well, I've seen it all, so it's never too early to start talking about anything concerning safety. If you haven't had the conversation with your kids, then don't worry, you can always start now. And then I forget the rest.
Sorry, yeah. I shouldn't have done that to you. I also have ADHD, so I should know better. So I have to go back. How early is too early? You answer that.
Oh, it was like how to teach?
Yeah, how do you actually talk about this well?
How to talk about it. There's a lot of stuff out there online about the age appropriateness, so there's tons of free resources. I really like the NHS Pants. It's a nice little song, like, what's in your pants belongs only to you. Anyway, it's a whole like dinosaur thing. You can go online, it's free, it's a song, and it just teaches the kids like the consent and the safety around it. And then as the kids get older, you still need to remember the age appropriateness for them. So even if you have a 16-year-old, they might not be at the same level as other 16-year-olds. So you have to go with their age appropriateness. So a song might be appropriate for your kid, might not be appropriate for your kid. So you have to take into consideration like family values. What are your family values? What are you going to talk to your kids about? But the most important thing is safety for them. So if you have a kid that you know can't be left unsupervised, like in the playground or park or somewhere, then you put the measures into place so that they're never put into that situation. If you have a kid who you know will just strip down and run around, like my little guy, then you know that you only leave them with safe family or friends, like trusted adults. But you also have to remember that most of the abuse that happens is happening from someone that the kid already knows. So you have to look at those trusted adults and kind of do your own research. Who can you leave your child with if you need to leave your child with somebody? So there's just tons that ties in. I know it's Child Abuse Prevention Month now as well, so this ties in nicely to that. So the schools all did a lot this month about like signs and symptoms and how to give consent, how to not give consent. That's the most important thing. So that's what I would focus on with your kids. I would tell them, just say no, scream, find a trusted adult, get away from a dangerous situation in any way that you can. So it's teaching the kids kind of how to do that. At Cedar, we start with the preschoolers and we teach them when they're 3 years old, we start talking about this. We start talking about what's okay and what's not okay. One of the books we use is My Body, My Choice. So we start at that age teaching, and then we just go up with the age-appropriate levels. So it's all about kind of where your child is at. But the most important thing is safety and teaching them about consent and to say no. And also to teach them things about the internet. Like, the internet's not a safe place. If they're gaming and they're on Discord, that is very, very unsafe. So you have to monitor everything. If they're on Snapchat with their friends, also not a safe platform. Social media in general, it tends to not be safe for our kids. So you have to monitor everything that they're doing and teach them what grooming is. Teach them how to stay safe. And just teach them that there's a lot of bad people out there. I'm all doom and gloom right now, sorry. But just teach them that it's not safe. So it's, there's a lot of predators out there, and they have to know the signs. So the most important thing is just to teach them not to get into a situation online. Don't talk to strangers online. Never give your name. Never give your address. Never say what country you live in. So it's teaching those safety things first to them, and then teach them that if they get into a situation, how to say no, how to get out of a situation, who are their trusted adults. We ask all the kids at Cedar to name a trusted adult at the school that they can go to, an adult that they trust within the school. If we need a trusted adult for them while they're at school and their parents aren't around. So it's finding out the trusted adults who aren't the parents, who the kids feel safe going to. So it's, just putting the safety measures in place. It's never too young to start, and you can start if you've got a little one and you're helping them get dressed. You can start with that. Who can help you get dressed? Who can help you have a bath or a shower? Who has to be with you at the doctor's office? And it kind of builds from there. And then it's just, if you've got a 16-year-old who needs like a place to do things by themselves, then it's where to do that. Where is a safe, alone place for you? Why don't we do this in a bathroom at school? Why don't we do this at Auntie's house? Things like that. So it's teaching those safety spaces so that the kids don't end up in a situation that they are putting themselves in danger unknowingly. And honestly, they should never be in danger. It's just that the world around them is not a safe place.
Exactly. Thank you, Kate. And we will be exploring more of this conversation in our breakout session that's coming up at 11. All right, we do have some more Ask the Doctor questions, but we'll just have Latoya, who is the head holistic consultant at Elegant Holistic Spa. And I, as you all know, Lemonade is also about how we support the supporters and why it's important to ensure we take care of ourselves. And so since Latoya, who is very versed in this topic, and also does it every day, I'll ask you a question. So as parents, caregivers, educators, specialists, there is so much energy bleeding out of us. Within the family especially, how can we balance our energy and not fully deplete ourselves while caring for our neurodiverse children? So do you have any tips for us on how to recalibrate? I know you're going to say get a massage every week, but anything else you'd like to say?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you today? Awesome, awesome. First of all, I like to use the plane analogy. Make sure you, what? Put on your mask first. So of course I'm gonna tell you to regulate yourself first. In order for you to regulate your children and those around you who are having this function at that time, If you regulate yourself, your children mimic you, they mirror you, and they see what's going on with you, and they're going to utilize that. You ever drive somewhere and you just sit in the car for a minute? May I see a hand? A minute or 2 or 5 minutes? You sit just to catch yourself and to say, let me transition from this busy day. Now that I'm going home, it's something you should look into. I don't know how each of you regulate yourself. Some persons would take their shoes off and walk the ground or look at the greeneries. Other person will look at water. You know, before you go home, you park at Pier Park and you look at the water for a moment and you process the day before you get home, because you're transitioning, taking off one hat to put on another. So you're either a business owner or just a worker or something, but you're going into home now as a mom, and so you're going to put on that hat, so you need some time for yourself. So that's something that I do daily. I was talking to my son and he said, Mommy, I realize you sit in the car for at least 5 minutes before you come in, and it's something that helps me to transition well. The next thing is to stop running at 100% capacity. And I'm talking to the choir because I see somebody looking down. I'm talking to the choir because I do it, even though I'm telling you to stop it, because you have to do an audit to yourself. And it is okay. It is okay for you to budget your time. Know when you can give. Like, I have better energy in the nights than in the daytime. I'm definitely not a morning person. I'm talking to you. I'm not a morning person, so I have to look at how I budget my time and not operate at 100% all the time. All right? And you need to call for help. Dr. Mike, I need help. You need to call for help. It's okay. All right? It's yeah. And share your regulation system. Share it with the family, share it with your friends, those who are helping you. Share that system. You need to have a calm down corner or a sensory tool or music. For me, it's worship music. Oh my gosh. Let's take a moment to think about worship music. That sends me to a different level. I don't know what it is for you, if it is the sound of water, if it is just seeing something, seeing fire. For some person it's fire, some person it is the outside. You need to know what it is that helps you. So for me, it's definitely worship music that helps me to do that, to have a system. That's one of my system. Another one is I get a massage. I don't know about you, but getting a massage makes a big difference. It helps me to heal. It helps me to transition. I soak my feet in hot water with Epsom salt, with baking soda, with a bit of vinegar and oils, essential oils, and that makes a difference because it pulls toxin from your body. So you have to take a check. Let's take a minute and look into our own life and just take a check. What is it that I do to regulate myself or my children or those around me? Do you have a process? Do you have a system?
Truly, think about it, and you have your notepad, write it down, because this is the moment when you want to remember. Because when we leave here today, that busyness of the world kicks back in again, right?
It does.
And you don't want to have to forget today. So just write it down. Truly, take a moment.
Yes, please do write it down. And if you have any questions, today you have an opportunity to regulate yourself for at least 5 minutes. In the corner there, the young ladies, they are happy to assist you. Massage your shoulders, your back, your hands, and I'll be over there too to assist you. So take a moment, look at what it is that you can do to regulate yourself. Right, Kathy?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Latoya. Dr. Mike, you wanna tackle 2 more of your Ask the Doctor questions?
The first question is, how can you advise parents who are still in denial and accepting the importance to get medicals done for their children to help us, so us educators can be better help our students or their child? It's finding out, honestly, if you're a teacher, asking the parent what they're afraid of. It's fair. Most of the times. Now there may be other things that are hindrances, like finances and stuff of the sort. However, with great groups like Lemonade and Unite BVI who team, those things become a non-factor in terms of getting support financially. Ask the parents what they're afraid of. A lot of times, as Dr. Lewis shared, it's the fear of what possibly could happen of implementing or having a suggested label. I would say in the last 10, 11 years, in my purview, the BVI has really matured in their ability to understand, respect, and support children with divergence, special needs, and special attention. So that education is creating a relationship where you can help the parents be safe. I tell teachers, practitioners, young psychologists all the time, 90% of your work first with any neurodivergence, ADHD, autism, should be with the parents or the caregiver. If you have an hour and a half, a 60-minute session, those first 4 or 5 should be establishing a relationship with 45 minutes or so with the parents, because you want them to be able to replicate the environment that you create in a therapeutic session. So that relationship with the parents, identifying them, you telling them how much their kids stress them out, how much they're acting up, how much they're disrupting your class, that you're gonna send them home, is not gonna help that parent feel more secure in getting a diagnosis. You will literally have, as a teacher, to put on your counseling hat and let them know how bad things are now. Ask them what are their fears of creating this environment, and then give them a preview of what the benefits of it will be. And that will come over relationship. If that doesn't work, I know the education department is working on a policy to mandate and cost support and put things in place for parents to have to follow certain guidelines for their children to continue to be enrolled in school if there's suspicion. But outside of that, it should be done in a manner that helps support. So first is through relationship, then we'll have to use policy to enforce such, because unfortunately some people are still going to be resistant even after all the glamorous things. The second question is, my granddaughter grew up eating vegetables. Now for 3-4 years, she doesn't like the vegetables. I think that's the same questions, but the specific questions, do I need to check them out? I would say, and this is not because I'm a psychologist and Dr. Martin in the back could support me, I think everybody should get their kids tested in some way, shape, or form, or screened. And you're not necessarily testing because there's a problem. You might be testing a child. Like, I remember a year and a half ago, I walked in the lunchroom and I was watching Akaelen doing math. I came back to Dr. Lewis. I said, what the hell is Akaelen doing? I sat there. I'm a doctor. I am pretty smart. I did physics up to A levels. I could not understand what. I was like, what? And I sat there behind him. I was like, huh. Oh. And I was doing the problem in my head. And I got it wrong, completely wrong. It was completely wrong. And what I realized, he's a savant. I mean, Dr. Lewis was being coy. He's a savant in math. He's literally doing college level math now at 11. She wouldn't have known that, particularly, and how his level of intelligence, his IQ is in that area. How many of your kids may be brilliant in visual spatial skills or engineering or math, but you're trying to make them a professor to read? My dissertation was 105 pages, 110 pages. All of my classmates averaged around 200 pages. My professor told me, he says, what I wrote in those 100 pages was great. But my self-esteem felt like I needed to have 200 pages. It was capacity. I could not sit down. I said it in 100 pages. I did not know how to say it in 200 pages. I would have known that if you don't get yourself, and then you don't have to do a full testing. It could be screeners. Please do not use TikTok to screen yourself. And lastly, my lemonade, because I want a discount on my next lemonade. Amiyah asked, Dr. Mike, do you prefer working with children or adults? I'll answer that if Dr. Martin answers it. To let you know, I was formally trained specifically first to work with children. I was just children and family. That's all I worked with for the first several years. Over evolution and working in outpatient, with working with children, you automatically have to work with parents. So then I evolved more so, and then I did some studies and more training at the Freudian Institute, and it helped me become rounded. Their preferences. Some teenagers drive you up a wall. Some young kids are amazing. Some adults, but some adults, when you see an adult at 40, 50 have a breakthrough, it is such an amazing thing. So I'll answer that. I just like working with human beings, but I prefer pets.
That's right. You didn't actually answer the question.
I know. It's very diplomatic, a very political answer.
Amiyah, thank you. All right, so we do have a few more questions, but I promise we will get them answered to you by email, all right? We are running out of time, and we do have a question on the floor. Could you stand, please, and ask your question?
Actually, I do not have a question. Good morning. I am teacher Noel. I work at the Elmer Stout High School. I just want to big up Miss Brown. I really thank you for this session. What I want to say is that I did not realize I was doing myself so good when you say transitioning. Because I found myself lately will sit in my car, just relax. Sometimes I pull my seat down, and now you make me realize that I'm doing myself good. Thank you, I got an A+ for that. And yes, and I will stay there. And when I reach into my house, it's like I'm not rushing to say, oh my God, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do that. So I'm really thank you for this. And then again, the second point, this auditing. I never know I was auditing myself. My calm down is that I used to think I'm different, I have some special disability, but now you make it clear for me. I will dance. I'm not a dancer, but any music at all that I'll put on my television when I reach home, right? And look at me, everybody, so you will see me. And so I put on, like I do exercise, movement, never to know I am calming myself down. So people, please do something. It's really good for your body. And Miss Brown, I want to tell you all, I think I tasted her already. She came at the school and she is good. Love everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So, is there another question on the floor? No? Okay. All right. So I think we're at time for this segment. And our panelists, I believe you're going to be with us for a few more minutes, at least this morning. I'm looking at you specifically. He knows why. But yes, you can always interact with our panelists throughout the day. We're going to take a quick break and get ourselves ready for the breakout session. So please give our panelists, Kate, Dr. Mike, and Latoya, a huge round of applause. Okay, so how the next segment is going to work, for those who've been here before, we have a breakout session that happens after the panels. This gives you an opportunity to have a circle conversation with our specialists. The same questions you might be shy to ask with them on stage, you can speak more personally with them there. Our breakout specialists are Dr. Martin, we've got with us today. Before you come up, Dr. Martin, I'm just introducing. I see you're ready to go. We have got Dr. Martin with us. We've got, let's see who else is in that panel. So in breakout session A, the one on safety and sexual conduct, our youngsters with autism and Down syndrome are growing up. You have Dr. Michelle Martin, Dr. Cynthia Grenyion, and myself. We'll be in that session, and you'll be here in this room. Now, the thing we'll be doing a little bit differently this time is that the cameras are in this room, so they will be on, but we will try to still keep it as personable as we can, okay? It'll mostly be on the presenters and not really on you, so you can still keep talking, all right? The second session that's happening at the same time is happening in the breakout session B, and it's happening in the atrium. So through this door where you go to get to the bathrooms, but you turn left, there's a wide open space in there with chairs already set up. That's where you go for the supporting learning and development in the classroom and at home session. And that's with our specialist teachers, Miss Marsha Pemberton, Miss Huelette McNickle, Mrs. Otrisha John-Prescott. So there are specialist teachers that can give you some guidance on how to help manage meltdowns, homework meltdowns, things like that, and how you transition your child from a learning environment to the home environment and vice versa. They have some cool games to play with you. It's all going to be very interactive, okay? So that's what this segment is about. So you can choose one, either breakout session A that stays here with Dr. Martin and Dr. Grenyion, or you can choose breakout session B that happens in the atrium, and that's with Ms. McNickel, Mrs. Prescott, and Ms. Pemberton. Now, if you choose now to do one or the other, it's okay, because when we come back from lunch, we'll do it again, and then you can reverse which session you go to. So if you take the learning one now, you can do the sexual conduct one this afternoon, and vice versa, okay? So you're not missing anything if you make that choice, all right? So just choose, and you can start moving yourself to whichever room you want to interact with now, all right? But before we get started, I'll just invite the Honorable Lorna Smith on stage with me. She's got a burning question, and we'll have a quick 5-minute conversation around it. Hopefully our speakers in the room, our specialists, will be able to help us answer this question.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I have a question that I have to ask, and I ask it because I have been living with autism for more than 20 years. So I'm not here because I wanted to be here. I'm here because, just like many of you, I want to learn and understand, because even after 20 years, the challenges are there. And I want to say that there is a lot of emphasis on the caregivers, and as Mother's Day comes up, especially mothers, I don't know what I can give to the mother of my grandson that would really represent how much she pours of herself into him. But my question is this: we spend a lot of time, very important time, talking and encouraging the same mothers the caregivers, the teachers, and so on. But do we spend enough time, and here is my question, do we spend enough time on the children, the young people themselves? What are they feeling? How are they feeling? I know, for instance, that there is a degree, an insurmountable degree of loneliness, because these children and young people, their social skills may be different, they communicate differently, they talk too much sometimes, or they don't talk at all. And so people shy away from them, but they crave, and I'm talking from experience, they crave friends, they crave support, they may even crave lovers. But we need, therefore, and this is my question that I hope somebody can answer me on it, or how to address it, how we are addressing it. How do we deal with these children and young people and the loneliness that they feel? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I know we have a few experts in the room who can actually address that question, and hopefully Dr. Martin, Dr. Grenyion, that'll come out in your session as well. I would just answer just very briefly, Honorable Smith, that one of the things we've identified at Lemonade is exactly that. I have a teenager with autism as well, and that loneliness is something that comes up. So what some of us are doing, we arrange play dates with our kids that are similar. We meet up right here, even at Save the Seed. We do bowling. Sometimes we take them to the movies. You know, we try to do things parent, but that's a one-to-one thing. Like if you have a good relationship with a parent, you kind of do that naturally. But on the Lemonade front, what we're doing as an organization is we're looking into opportunities in the community, and this is where the support from our community is needed. We create programs, and so far we've been very successful with a few of them. We have the equine program that we're doing in partnership with Buck Island at a Redemption Ranch that's on that island. That is something that's going to restart in the summer. We have our Waves of Wonder art program. That's something you can go to Michelle and Kiara on the resource table there. They can give you more information about it. Sorry. And we do keep trying to create opportunities like that. And so one of the things we spoke about today, earlier this morning with Crystal Estridge from Disability Services, is the importance of even creating a program around music therapy. And you and I, we just discussed the importance of music in their lives. So that's something we're going to be exploring this year as well. How do we get a therapeutic music program going? And already I'm in conversations with persons who are very passionate about this. So this is something to look forward to. But it's the little bits we're doing. We're creating opportunities so parents can choose where to put their kids, and it's putting them into places where it's an inclusive environment. They can meet other kids just like them, and they can interact with persons in their own way that will understand them. I'll give you a little story. At the art program, you guys have been to Creative Waves, right? You know Sophie Stanton and the Creative Waves, the gallery. We have our program on Fridays. I can't tell you what that is like. In the afternoon, those kids right out of school full of energy. The first day, I didn't think it was going to work. Imagine a room full, it was about 6 of them, I think, from TK, and they basically just ran laps around that table. They were running laps, round and round, until I think Jaira got knocked over. And he got up, he was mad, he was like, they knocked me over. And then they were all running again, circles, round and round and round. And that's how they're interacting with art. And fast forward, a few weeks later, they come in, they have their energy bursts, but they're now sitting with the art. They're now doing finger painting. They're now coloring. They're interacting with each other. They're coloring on the boards. We managed to get them to not color on the walls, you know, and it's really just about holding that space for them. So I'm hoping that more community partners out there will join us in having opportunities to hold that space for them in the things that they're interested in. And I heard Akaelen earlier today. Maybe we have to do a math club. I'm not going to be a part of it. I don't like math. But maybe a math club needs to happen for kids like Akaelen, and he'll probably lead the club. So it's just understanding how we create these spaces for them. And we never exclude what, you know, is considered the neurotypical kids. It's open to everyone in the community. It's just so people know when you come here, you have to exercise patience and kindness. And the children know coming in right away, this is a different environment, and it's about that patience. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of hope for the younger ones, but I know you're concerned about the older ones. And we're going to keep building to get to that place, hopefully. All right, Dr. Martin, Dr. Grenyion, you want to add anything to that? All right, so we'll start the breakout sessions now then. And I will invite Dr. Grenyion and Dr. Martin to the stage. And if anyone would like to do the learning program, as I mentioned, you can go to the breakout session B, which is in the atrium, and you can interact with that program, and then you can switch it around in the afternoon, all right? So you can start moving around now. Okay. All right. So, guys, I'd like to encourage you to come closer because this is a conversation we'll be having. So, you know, just grab your chair. We're going to try to make a little bit of a semicircle here. We're just trying to get a little bit closer, a little bit more intimate with the conversation. Sorry, guys. There's a teddy bear in one of the containers. Could you bring that for Dr. Grenyion, please? And I promise you, if you would like to do the learning session, please go into the next section in the atrium. You will have an opportunity to do this again this afternoon, yes. All right? After lunch. So let's try to break up the group so we have participation in both sessions. We have Stitch. Okay, so let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about all the good things. No, that's not what this is. It might be a little bit, but it is a good thing. So this is a very timely conversation, as Kate mentioned earlier, that this is Child Abuse Awareness Month as well. Yes. And at Lemonade, I believe that it's all good to have awareness, but what are we actually doing to prevent the thing we're trying to raise awareness about? And I think having conversations and learning how to deal with it is key. So that's why we're doing this today. It's gonna get uncomfortable, it's okay, but we're gonna do it. All right, guys, because it's so important. Doctors and Kate, take it away. Okay, all right, so sorry. So Dr. Martin, if you guys don't know, I assume everyone knows you, but maybe not. So Dr. Martin leads the team at Therapy to Thrive. She is a clinical psychologist, and she has been doing this for many years. I met her during a session when my son was at Cedar School. That's the first time I met you. Yeah, she came into the school to do the talk, and that was the first time I met you. Yeah. Sorry. So I'm very glad to have you here now to just open up the conversation around this topic. Dr. Grenyion, or Miss Grenyion as she's affectionately known as, now Doctor, is a counselor and an educational specialist, and she's here to talk a bit more about the spiritual aspect, but also the tangible, because she has a teddy bear here to, get into it. And of course, Kate is no stranger to the lemonade space and her lemon dress that I love. I really need to get a dress like that. But but we're just gonna get started with. I think I had a question for you guys to kick it off, right? Okay. All right, so even before we get into sex, there's safety. Some neurodiverse children are really very affectionate. They have no clue about social boundaries, and they're non-stop innocent huggers. My daughter is one of them. How do we then deal with this? Do we tell them they're villains and friends? Do we tell them, that's the approach I learned about in the book From Siri with Love. If you guys haven't read it, it's a really good one to read. And what is it then that we need to teach them about, how to manage their personal bubble and their personal space? So that's perhaps a good way, I think, we can jump off with the conversation.
Sure,
yeah.
Sure. So good morning, everyone. Again, the day kind of gets away from us, right? So I've been in the field of mental health for about 20 years, worked all over the state of Florida, Maryland, Georgia, St. Thomas, which is where I'm from and live, probably why you guys haven't seen me in Right Way, but I've been practicing in the BVI, just like Simone said, for about 8 years now, right? And I always tell my parents, autism does not impact IQ. And this is why I'm saying this. To be diagnosed on the spectrum, you're having either stereotypical behaviors such as social deficit, not understanding social cues, or repetitive behavior. But when we, just like Dr. Mike mentioned earlier, when we look at IQ, they're usually average or above average. I say that to say, we can have the conversation about sexuality because they get it, right? We can also begin to have these conversations as early as when they're a toddler. Identifying body parts, discussing boundaries, identifying family members and who they feel safe with. I have a joke about my son. He's 5 years old, similar to yours, and his school called me when he was in preschool last year. So he would have been about 4 at the time. The school called me and I'm like, oh my goodness, one thing with children, they could embarrass you. So answer the phone, hesitant as to what he did in the people's school. And they told me that Zion says he no longer wants to be in the baby class. So I said, well, what do you mean? They said, well, Zion says everyone in the class is babies. they ran out the bathroom with their underwear down, and so that means they're babies. So I laughed because a month ago, Zion did the same behavior. And I told him, Zion, you can't run out of a private space into a public space with your underwear down, or they're gonna think you're a baby. So as the school is telling me the story, I chuckled because I said, he processing. But it also let me know that as young as a child is, it's never too early to have these conversations because they can identify who's safe. And we also can play games. I don't know about you guys if you have little ones, but it seems like most of our conversations happen in the bathroom. You know? It's an intimate time. And I always ask, did someone touch you appropriately? Is Miss Krause nice? Does she follow you in the bathroom? And he engages in these dialogues, and I know when he can consider something inappropriate, because he'll say, no, Mom, they don't do that. And these are the tools that let me know that there is never an early time to discuss who's good, who's bad, and your body parts.
So true. Dr. Grenyion, do you want to add?
Good morning. I just want to say that, yes, it's a sensitive matter. Some of us are uncomfortable. Some of us do have fears. The perception is that I don't know enough. Talking about this, about your sexuality, might be a troubling one because they might experiment. Some persons might say, I'm worried about this, that I don't know exactly what to say. But it starts with a conversation. It starts with a conversation. And so many times we hide it, and it is sexuality. And it doesn't depend on the sex act itself. Talks about boundaries, talks about what is acceptable and not acceptable. Dr. Michelle was talking about the public space and the private space. Where do you go to do some things? Do you go to a stranger and lift your clothes or pull your pants down? And why? They can have the conversation. And this is where we start with the conversation of your sexuality. And at the same time, safety. You can protect yourself. And we have some practical tips that I will share with you. But right now, the conversation needs to start at home. Because when they come to the classroom, they are going to be socialized different. I often say we begin everything at home. So as parents, we need to be aware that even if you don't know how, we have literature, we have online persons, we have counselors, you have parent support group. You have to talk about it and move beyond your comfort zone where I don't speak. I just live it out and they will grow it out. They're growing it in. So there are some things that we would call taboos, and even at our ages, we say we don't talk about that, we just explore. And we know that if we open the door of exploration for exceptionals, then we are going to regret this. So the first thing, let us have the mindset where we're open to speak honestly about the sensitive areas of our lives. Because the first thing, why are you here? How did you come here? It is because of an act. It doesn't matter how it was done, but it's an act. And so if we have that conversation, we will be able to clear up some of the taboos, some of the things we are uncomfortable with, and we'll gain the confidence of sharing what is happening with you in the classroom, what is happening with you at home, what is happening in the community with this particular child or children. So the conversation begins. And I just applaud Lemonade BVI to do this, because too many times things are happening and we're alarmed. Do you know this and do you know that happened? But did we really talk about it as we ought to? Were we clear?
Thank you, Dr. Grenyion. Kate, do you have any additional thoughts? You mentioned something earlier you want to add to your comment.
Yes, so with the adults that your children have in their lives, kind of online of what you guys have said, like finding the trusted adults, it's also important to listen to the children, because if the children are saying that even if the children can't verbally kind of articulate it, they will give you signs. If they don't feel safe with somebody, there's a reason that they don't feel safe with somebody. So it's important to listen to them. It might not be that they just don't want to be left with a sitter. There could be underlying reasons for it, like abuse. So it's important to listen to the kids and take what they're saying to heart, because they do know. They might feel uncomfortable and they might not be able to articulate why.
That is very true, yeah. And especially our neurodivergent children, they have a very high EQ as well. And that's emotional quotient, is what it's called. Thank you. I've been studying. And what that means is they can pick up on your energy like you won't believe. Okay, they walk into the room, they know you're having your period and you're having cramps. They come in to give you a hug. They know you didn't sleep last night. They come in to rub you and say, are you okay? But is this natural inclination is what, as a parent, I'm worried about, because you could see how something like that can then be taken advantage of, right? As I mentioned earlier, my daughter is now 13, fully blossoming into a young lady, but she is still a hugger, still running up to random people in the supermarket that I don't know, but clearly she knows them, to give them hugs. And so how do we help mitigate that, without saying, don't touch nobody, it's not appropriate, which is what tends to come out when I get angry about it, but to be real. But how do we help that? What are some of the steps?
So I always say it's a learning curve once a child is neurodiverse, and we're building upon each stage. So I had a little one. She's actually, 28 years old now, so she's an adult. But she was my little one at the time, and she had a self-stimming behavior where she would use her knuckles in place under her chin whenever she got anxious. And then it gradually became so severe that she knew an adult knuckle is much bigger than hers and much more gratifying. But if we're walking in a public setting, she would grab a stranger's knuckle. So we first had to say, say, can I have hand please, or hug please? And once we build that request, then we were able to also teach a replacement behavior of, you don't need knuckles, we can give you a stress ball. But just that little tip, she was starting to be able to recognize who's familiar and who's not familiar. Who can I ask a stress ball from? If that's a common person, then she can then determine who's comfort to her. So that's why I said it's a learning curve. They continue to evolve, but you just build off of the skills that they have already.
So teach the ask first rule. Hugs are kind, so you do hugs at home, but you will always ask first when you're outdoors. Explain simply and clearly, my body belongs to me. I ask before touching others. We have to as I'm saying that when we do this, they will practice over a period of time. They will know exactly what is expected of them. Step 2, through role play. The caregiver can say, can I have a hug? The child, teenager, yes or no. And you practice both answers so the child learns it's okay to say no. It's okay to say no. Because there are times the persons who might be looking at them in a different way, a negative way, and it's someone they know, a family friend, they will think it's okay to say yes because they trust that person. Mommy trusts that person, daddy trusts that person. So it's okay to say yes. So you having them understanding it from the beginning that even though you know someone, it doesn't mean that you can hug that person because your body is sacred to you. And we have to establish this. And you can ask them to role play what they're going to say if someone just say, hug me close. And allow them to have that demonstration before you and give the language, what they would say. And if you continue doing that, the scene, when it comes from drama to reality, they'll be able to adjust and be able to speak out to that trusted person. This is my experience.
This is very, very valid. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to open it up to the group. Are there any questions so far about any of this? All right, got a question.
Yeah, yes, the question was, you say that you have to teach your child how to ask to greet a person, not to just willingly just go and hug or grab anyone. That's kind of difficult because sometimes, how to put it, they have a person, let's say any woman, man, and there is right there in front of you, could be a bad or a good person, but
it's impulsive. Correct.
Yeah, and you sometimes, before you could even say, hey, wait, or may I, they already don't do it already. Okay. And sometimes you could see on a person's face like they are uncomfortable, but you don't know how to react because you're trying to be as nice and respectful. But you could do it at home as well, yes, I understand that. But when you in public is a general rush, like, sorry, my tongue twisted there. Yes. And sometimes it just happens, you know? So yes, we can try these things at home. And when you're out in public, sometimes you have to be, yes, it's difficult too because sometimes in the store, you have to deal with juggling as grabbing the groceries or picking this and then still like, hey, you know, and please, may I sometime, you know, it'd be so many things in a moment. So I just want to know that if you could more explain on that part, please.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very good question. So someone mentioned earlier, I believe you said repetitive and routine. We can use small scenarios as a teaching and learning experience. So, okay, they didn't get it in the grocery store. It happened too quick. You weren't able to grab their hands to get them to calm down to say wait, say please. But what about when they enter a room or a setting like this where you have more control? Every opportunity we have to use as a learning experience. So as soon as they say, Miss Victoria, what do you say? Hi, or hug, please. And then they'll be able to contribute that activity. And it was reinforcing because Miss Victoria was happy when I said, can I hug instead of just hugging her? And then we kind of condition them. So it's kind of like that Pavlov law. where we're programming them with routine. But very good question. It's hard. I am not minimizing it. But the best feeling is when you see them reflect what you taught. Social stories as well. Those are, especially for primary school kids, very much, yes, they really enjoy secondary as well.
Yes, we love stories, even adults.
Yes.
Yes, we love stories.
And they certainly process the information. Absolutely.
And Dr. Michelle, I was thinking about the other suggestion could be offer safe alternatives. You mentioned it. Wave when you see someone instead of running to hug. High five or just smile. So anything you want, you have to actually talk about it, practice it repetitively. Sometimes you might be tired and say, Lord, I'm doing it over and over again, but it's okay. The result will be better as you consistently do it. So ask permission, role play what you would like to happen. And when they do break or they didn't do it, you revisit. What did we do that we should have done? And have that conversation. Yeah.
And just a quick little add-on. Most of these behaviors they're doing because they're getting some kind of gratification. It's reinforcing. So if they're hugging, they're not just hugging because it's fun, they enjoy that interaction. So as you mentioned, replacement behavior, if for them reinforcement is physical touch, then the high five would be more appropriate than just saying hello. So that was a very good point as well.
All right. Any more questions? I see a hand here. I'll come back to you, Kimberly. I see behind you.
I think she was ahead of me. Oh, okay. I liked the point that Dr. Grenyion made about the alternative to a hug, high five, and so on. And sometimes they may do the, what you call it, the dops.
Yes.
But my question is the question I was asking. What happens when they are rejected? Because they learn it, the parent might say, rather than hug, do the dops. And then adopt is a two-way thing, right? Yeah. And then the complaint is, but this person kept their hand down, and it is rejection, and it hurts. I know it hurts. So, and then all you say to the kid, all you can say is, oh, forget about John B. because he's antisocial or he's a fool or unkind rather, or something like that. But it really does hurt.
Right. To deal with hurt, we have to normalize hurt. I am hurt when this happens. You are hurt when this happens. So when you have the conversation, why am I upset about this? Because I'm hurt. It's normal. It's a normal emotion you're feeling. Hurting emotion. You could role play, and you could use, based on age, a stuffed animal. And if you stick this animal or you squeeze it hard, it cries. If you reject the animal, it is feeling lonely. And what loneliness means to you. Draw it. Make a poem. I feel lonely because, that's a prompt. And allow them to express it. If they can't write it, draw it. If they can't draw it, role play it with their bodies. Because what we do, we would like to know what they're thinking. It's what they're thinking we want. Sometimes we are thinking something else, but they're wired as exceptionals, so they are not thinking like us. So this is where I am very passionate, because there are times we forget that we are unique. We forget that we are unique, and we have exceptionals. So I might be unique at this, but I'm not so wonderful at that. So we normalize our emotions. How do you feel today? Do an emotion tracker. That means you have those faces. You see the emojis? I use them a lot. The emojis are on the wall. Or you draw how you feel today. Angry, sad, rejected, confused. And they will look at the emojis and mimic exact facial expressions. So what happened is that be real. Don't let them feel as if, oh, they cannot be doing this because they are wired differently. Every one of us is exceptionals and unique. And so I express loneliness different from you. I express rejection different from you. And so you say, I feel rejected when you don't look in my eyes. Because you know, those who have autism, most times the eye contact is minimized. So I feel rejected when you don't look at my face. And so, oh, I'm sorry. They look at my face, in my eyes. Let us see how long you'll be able to look in my eyes and talk to me. 10, 9, you go right back to 1. Did I do well? Yes. Practical things. And we do it incrementally. We don't expect everything to happen on the one go, right? Loneliness is expressed by the emotions that they feel when adults don't respond to them in the way they are expected. And I will feel that way towards you too, Dr. Mish. If I'm expecting her to hug me or talk with me and she just turn away, I wonder what happened. Dr. Michelle didn't say anything, and I'm sure she sees me, I'm sure, but she didn't see me. So sometimes we interpret wrongly. So we talk about music therapy. What can you say about that? Music, using music.
So I have not participated in music therapy in quite some time, not because I don't believe in it. It's just been quite some time. But I will say there's a lot of data that shows how therapeutic it is, especially for individuals struggling with a mood disorder,
yes,
attention difficulties, which is what we call executive functioning delays, as well as social skills.
Yes.
And one, I'm not a musician. I don't know who in here is, but those of us who are not musically inclined would not be that versed on how influential it is on a student. So there is a lot of data. I heard Simone mention that
Yes,
a program
she
of
did.
that nature is in the works. So I can't imagine what it would do for a child to be able to express themselves, especially with the different areas of emotion.
Yes, so the arts. As an expressive
And
arts
horseback,
therapist,
pet
the arts.
therapy. Yes.
You have the poetry therapy, the music therapy. You have us putting them together in integrative way so that, oh, I love to listen to music. I would say to my students or those who I see on a regular basis, I would say, which music you like? And they will tell me, can you find it for me? They're eager to show me. And then as soon as I get it, I wonder why you like that. And I said, oh, it soothes me. It allows me to feel happy. Oh, create your happy space for me. And so the music sometimes is instrumental, and those that have words, the lyrics coming on the screen, sometimes I will just stop. Where do you see yourself with these lyrics? I am sad because, I am lonely because, and the words are there. Tell me more. Instead of say, do you feel, and say yes or no, tell me more about that emotion. Yes? And you allow the child, the adolescent, or the adult to express this through music. So it is not the technicality that we are talking about in musicians. It is using music as a way of dealing with the emotions, right? So you have fast music, and when you see them like this in the class, they have the thing here. And I would say, students, I'm seeing your head nodding, and I'm there nodding, and I said, what is happening here? And they laugh. I said, take it out. Because they are comfortable. They lock out everyone. They have the music here. And sometimes I said, give me, let me borrow it, put it here. And I said, you know, we should not have it here. And I said, yes, miss, may I put it away, or may I have it, and later you have it? I said, okay, miss. So there are things that the specialists have to do. Instead of being angry because of a system, you share why it's not important at this time to use it, because it's not for public space. We have to share that.
You had a question?
So I'm just piggybacking off of what my husband said earlier. Anybody who knows my son Jaira, he's a hugger. Okay, all right. He's a hugger, and he was not always social. He was very antisocial. So as time progressed and we brought him out more and tried to encourage him, he became not only a hugger, but an excessive hugger. We are a very affectionate family. Okay. So my thing is it possible the things that he learned from us is why he's demonstrating certain behaviors publicly, right, and then he's kind of strong-willed like his mom. So if I tell him no, or boundaries, or he still does what he wants to do. So even if I say fist bump or I say high five, he would do it and then still hug quick. I had a situation recently where I started to question myself because we were on the road publicly and I was carrying load. He was helping me and he dropped the load and he ran and hugged this guy, and he's a vagrant. And he's not verbal, but he speaks in his own way. But his words to him was, it's okay, you'll be fine. But I was upset because... Right. Yeah. And my expression to him when we left the area was, Jerry, you don't just go and hug random people like that. He's dirty. And Jerry hugged me. And I got upset with him. I'm like, no, I'm smelling like you and I'm smelling like him. And he's like, you aid, which means you could bathe. And I dropped off what I was dropping off, and I just walking going home. And while we passing, I saw the man again and I freeze because I don't know what's gonna happen again. But instead of Jaira run and hug him, he waved at the guy and he waved back. And that's when I noticed
that behavior.
Tears coming from the guy's eye. But what I realized is that you said something earlier about, I think it's Miss Simone, about being able to tell emotions, right? So how can I redirect him from doing certain things when he senses things that I might not see? Because like I said, I was upset with the behavior, but I tried to contain myself. Right. But coming back, I am seeing this man crying. So I know that what he did maybe triggered something because maybe he felt alone, maybe he felt some ways that Jaira sensed. But then I am trying to teach him boundaries, and through teaching him boundaries, he's learning, but he's still being stubborn and doing what he wants when he sees fit.
The learning opportunity was right there. The moment he went back and said hi, I said, good job. It's Jared, right?
Jaira.
Jared?
Jaira.
Jaira. Good job, Jaira. You give her a high five too, because now she knows in that moment, oh, this is more encouraging than physically hugging a stranger.
Okay.
So Jaira got it. Jaira had it right there.
Get it.
But you were pissed, so we didn't recognize it. But that was an incredible example. Incredible. Very intuitive. Music therapy is for you.
In my mind, because I suffered from childhood trauma, I sat with all these scenarios of what could happen in the future. Maybe he's walking with his siblings and this guy see this, like things just start happening. So as you said, that was an opportunity for me to use as a learning moment, but I was in my feelings, so I was unable to
And I'm
redirect.
glad you hit something on the nail, which is recognizing, our own trauma. So I'm seeing a couple of educators in the audience, medical practitioners. We're previewed to a lot of trauma in addition to traumas that we ourselves may have experienced. So sometimes we become helicopter parents because we're so cautious of what could happen. So as long as we're recognizing it and we're calling ourselves out when we're going a little overboard, that's important to recognize. So that's a beautiful point. Beautiful point.
Self-recognition. Self-awareness. That's good.
So you guys got to meet Akaelen. One of the things I struggle with him is consequences. And him understanding that certain behaviors cause certain things to happen. So I'm gonna reference back to when he was younger. Akaelen is fearless. I remember when we used to go to the beach before this child really could swim, he would be the first person jumping to go into the water. And it took a lot for me to have to, rein him in, because at that age he didn't have the understanding. But as he's getting older, I find that I'm able to reason with him a little bit better. So now he knows that if he goes off on his own, then he can be in danger. That's one thing. So, for example, I may need to run into the store. I may leave him in the car because he's playing his video game and he really can't be bothered to go into the shop with me. So I'll tell him, I was like, okay, just make sure nobody steals you. Right? But then I also told him, but you have such expensive taste that I think if they steal you, they're gonna bring you back anyway. So now his response when I say that, he's like, it's okay, they'll bring me back because I'm too expensive. The other thing is just what Lorna was alluding to as well, like when he approaches friends and they're not as, reciprocal to his advances in terms of trying to dap or, show affection, I kind of turn that into a teaching moment for him. I'll be like, sometimes, Akaelen, sometimes you go into a room and you don't say hello, or somebody's trying to talk to you and you're kind of ignoring them. It's like, well, how did you feel when that person didn't return your handshake or your hug or whatever? And he will express his feelings, and I'll be like, okay, well, you have to remember that everybody's entitled to feel how they want to. Sometimes you don't want to hug the other person, and that's okay. Sometimes you're just not in the mood. I was like, but remember that when you approach somebody and you show them kindness, sometimes people really love that. So I think I'm just trying to get him to understand that your emotions are okay and they're valid, but also remember that showing kindness to others is very much appreciated a lot of times. So let's try to keep doing that.
Wonderful.
Amazing. Thank you. All right.
Hi, good morning. My name is Winston Waterman, and I am a physics teacher. I just want to go back a little bit to the music. Music has a power of its own.
Yes.
okay? And I know you took the part of going into the songs and all of that. There was a time, I'm from Trinidad, and I pick up this guy going to town. I saw he was looking disturbed. And at that time, I had taped all Kirk Franklin slow songs on a cassette. This one, You Don't Have to Worry, all of that. And that was just playing. And he sat down in the front seat. And the guy was just in this pensive state. Like I said, I know he was looking disturbed. And when he came out of the car, he just watched at me and say, thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Because it changed him. You understand? I didn't say anything. I did not say anything. So like I said, again, there are many Calypsonians and things that put it into words. Like this, when this guy sings Calypso music, he says, it's a living vibration, rooted deep within my Caribbean belly. You know? When music started to play, you could just be there, you're tapping your foot or whatever. It has a power of its own. And that power could be channeled either side. That's why you have to be careful. I remember seeing a whole set of CDs called Learn with the Classics. I've never seen it again. But it is music that you just play in the background and the children learn while it's happening. They don't need to know. It's classical music. So it's only years after my children joined this Philharmonic Orchestra. And because they were playing the classic, they came back and tell me all the classic songs they knew because I kept playing it in the background. I couldn't even remember the songs. And they're like, Daddy, 8 of those songs we play. And another one, I know this guy, Akeem Johnson. He used to work at a hospital and use music therapy for those who want to go. And I tell him that whenever I'm teaching song in physics, I need him to come back in my class and do a demonstration. So for those who want to do, I know he stopped doing it now, but he was actually at Peebles using music therapy for.
He's at Cedar
you know?
now, but he still runs a group steel pan Saturdays for beginners. If you all want to get into music, you can for adults. Yeah.
So there is much more, but I'm a ease up now. But I just wanted to let you know. Like I said, it's not only that you have to explain. Music has a power of its own. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you all for participating in this. Oh, we have one more. Only because it's you. Go ahead. Let's hear your question.
Good morning. I'm Sheena Pemberton. I could relate to the gentleman when he says music. When my grandson used to throw tantrums, before I knew what was happening, I used to always sing to him. So singing would calm him down. And of late, he don't want to sleep, so I started to play sleep music for him. The child gets so smart, he said it's boring and he don't want it anymore. So I would just sing and pat him so he could go to sleep at the age of 7. He chose a lot of tantrums sometimes because he don't like to go to school. That child wrote on a piece of napkin one night. I told him that you need to come go to sleep because school tomorrow. He looked up, he watched me, he took a pen and he took the napkin and he wrote, I love camp. And I was blown away because I'm in my mind, how does he know how to spell camp? I've never told him, you know, and he handed it to me. I took a picture and he put a heart to it. So for him, camp is fun and school is boring. So I tell him, when you go to school, tell teacher, make school exciting. You don't want to go to school. I want to know if there's a way that they could allow him to wear short pants because the child hates long pants. It's a struggle every morning just to put on his school clothes. From its PE, he's fine. From the time he see me take down the yellow shirt, oh no, long pants again. Long pants are not for children, as he says, and he's a kid, but they're not for him and
I hear
the whole
that.
work.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause today we go into church, and I tell him last night we go into church. And he said he don't want to go to church. Church is boring. Can we? Then I said, church is going to be fun today, and then we're going to go to another session. Hear him. Can I go to the zoo? Can we go to Africa after? So I had it as a joke. I was on the phone with my daughter, and she put it up. The boy said, if he can, because he loves animals.
Yeah.
My house is full of animals, and he just got another set of animals. But what can I do?
Yeah.
Just love him and his animals.
There
So
you go.
parents, sometimes when it's difficult to calm a child down, just even hum. It would soothe them.
Yes. Yeah. Give it to me. All right. Thank you all for sharing. And, sorry? You're meditating. Is that what's going on? Okay. You lost me there.
Correlating on the topic. I know. So what I'm saying is that my granddaughter, you know this iPad thing. You come into the vehicle, iPad. Before you go to bed, it's iPad. But this one I want to mention is in the vehicle. So from iPad with her parents to grandmommy. So I decided you have to look out. Look through the window, see nature. Do you see any birds flying? How many trees? You know, go back a little bit to tradition where our parents used to tell us to count the trees. Do you see the trees moving? Bang, bang, bang. She told me that's boring. That's the first thing. She is 4 years now.
Yeah.
Right? So she was 3%. What did she know about boring? She said, I want to watch my iPad. I said, okay. Just tell me how many birds you see. Granny, I ain't seen a bird. I want to watch my iPad. Then I start singing. Yes? Jesus love me, this I know. I said sing. I don't want to sing. I want to watch the birds. Yes. So now she has.
Well, that's what Dr. Mike said earlier, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now she wants to watch the birds. So I said, okay, look and see if you see any birds. Oh, look, I see. So there can be alternatives and options. So if we give them options, and then one day now she started, I didn't want to sing. I was tired from school because I usually pick up. So I was very tired. She said, Granny, can you sing for me? Oh, Jesus, I didn't want to sing. So I said, what do you want to sing? And then she started singing. It's bubbling, you know, but she cannot spell the words. So then I said, continue singing, and she sang for me. So at least if we are tired, we have to try as much as possible because it's something that we want to be consistent. And she did not get to watch the iPad. So when she gets into the vehicle, she knows that she told her parents too that no iPad. She wants to watch nature.
Awesome.
Yes, yes.
Thank
you plant
all.
the right seed.
You do have to go, yes. So let's give Dr. Martin a round of applause. Thank you for being here with us. I know you were having fun. You didn't realize it was past 12. Sorry.
We could have used 2 hours.
I know. Next time. Just one quick thing, and then we'll come back to it, yeah? All right, so I just had a question. I was hoping I could catch her before she goes with this one, but this is about the romantic portrayals of, on TV we see these days with the neurodivergent community. So you see Love on the Spectrum, you see Attorney Woo. You guys know what I'm talking about on Netflix, yeah? Yes. You see these different, what I call romanticized versions of what it could look like for them. So this is where we're headed. We all have little ones, but they will be adults one day, and we do have to deal with relationships. What is your take, panel, on these romantic portrayals we see? Is it helpful or damaging? Well, it's less about the kids watching it, I think, but us as adults. Because they think that stuff is boring. You hear boring all the time, unless it's something they're interested in. But How is it helpful to our mindset as parents or even persons in the community and how we guide them into adulthood, into relationships?
I would just treat it as Hollywood. Like, it's what you're seeing out there, even if it's a reality TV show, it's not real life. My aunt wrote scripts for reality TV shows. Like, what they're saying, it's not real life. So what you're seeing, even Love on the Spectrum, something that's reality, the Kardashians, that's not real life. Like, it's not, at least not for us, it's not real life. So it's Hollywood being Hollywood. Even how they're looking, that's not real life at all. There was something went viral recently of Taylor Swift without makeup on. Like, even the people's faces, it's not real life. They're being made up by professionals to look the way that they have their brand, their look. And that's the same with like all of the TV shows. They've been making sitcoms about autism. They've got the family drama series. It's kind of the hot topic right now, and Hollywood will always jump on and make money from the hot topic. Always. It's a moneymaker for them. So what you're seeing, you're going to see kind of Hollywood's portrayal of it. So if they're romanticizing it, it's going to be the Hollywood version. If they're making it seem really, really awful for a certain TV show, looking at autism, it's easy because it's such a spectrum. So you can take every variety on the spectrum and you can put it into Hollywood. The same with sexuality. Hollywood, for decades now, has taken sexuality as a spectrum. You can find anything in Hollywood as like a movie or TV show. So it's not real life. So you kind of have to treat it just as Hollywood. If you like the shows, go ahead and watch them. If you want the family drama, then that's great. Like, watch it for yourself. But just remember that this isn't your life. This is Hollywood making something up to sell it. Is that, yeah.
For me, relationship is something that is natural. And so, as I said before, at home, we start everything at home, relationships at home. Now, we talk about role play. So the people on screen, they do role play because they want some money, that's their job. And sometimes they put on costumes and different things to look the part, the character they are showing to the public. And so, even though it's not real, it's real to them because it involves people. And they can see themselves. I love to watch The Doctor. Yes, they see themselves, and so they believe that it's appropriate to do the things that they see. So we draw the line. We create the safe environment at home. We watch excerpts together. And so that's when we're going to have that conversation. They see something, sometimes they hide because they know they're watching that which is not appropriate. And sometimes they are quite open based on where they're at. They are watching it. As a parent, you sit beside. What are you watching? Normalize it. Relationships. And so when they see you watching, you freeze the remote or put it on pause and say, let us discuss this. What is it you're thinking about at this moment? Do you think this is real? Yes, because it involves someone like me. I said, look, it's role play. Remember, there is a safe thing to do, unsafe things. Animation for the young ones. When a cartoon character meet in an accident, it goes flat, and get up back. Is that real? With real persons? No, that's cartoon. So you sit beside, you talk about what is on screen, and you normalize it. Now that you have normalized it, and you have created the environment, what if they see two persons kissing? At home, they might hide, but they're peeping. They're still peeping because they're fascinated by it. Some of them would say, yuck, turn away, but they don't mind looking back to find out what is happening. They're curious. And so, if you don't talk, they talk about sex. They are going to find out some way or the other on screen by their peers, and even us as adults, we are not private enough. Because our doors are open, they can just come right in, and you're pulling sheets up when you know that you have your children around. It's not that you are together without them. So we have to do some things, because they say, why are you hiding, Mom? Why are you hiding, Dad? And you're talking clumsy things, awkward things, because you didn't protect them from being exposed.
Yeah.
So there are certain things that we see on screen and things happen at home. Now the role play. The parts of the body. In Jamaica, we call the vagina pum pum, punani, and all kinds of names. So they don't know the real names. And some persons communicate different names. But we have to allow them to know this is vagina and this is penis. We have to call the names and let them spell the words.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they don't want to talk it, but they spell it out. Or V and P. Why I'm saying this? Because sometimes they're aware, they can feel it, that there is something about this, and I'm fascinated about these two organs.
Yeah.
Yes? You go to the beach with them, they see you in your bikini, and they know that Mommy and Daddy, yes, and they're together, yes. So why not we go together? Because it seems normal to them. So you have to share that, yes, this is your body, this is yours. Now, the names. Sometimes your body changes. And we're puberty. Does it smell right? Make sure you put on the cologne or the deodorant. You make sure that around your ears is not, and you use this instead of using your bodies, so that they will imitate on the bear or the animal. By right, you should have on clothes on this one. Why? Because they will know that this must be covered and here must be covered. In today's society, we find that persons are exposing themselves and it becomes normal. But you have to educate them to know that these persons express themselves these ways to feel good. But you, remember, you have to cover and cover. It's private.
Yeah, yeah. I think that is a really good place to stop, because that is very, very important for us to remember and emphasize with our children. When it comes to what's private and what's public, you have to emphasize it, and it starts at home.
Yes, everything
So
starts at home.
absolutely, I just want to thank you again for this, and I'm glad that we had the teddy bear. Sorry, there's no clothes for him.
It's okay.
But I just wanted to make sure that you were able to demonstrate that to the group.
Thank you. Yeah.
We will do this again after lunch. If you want to come back, we'll continue the conversation, or you can join the other group, which sound like they were having a blast back there. But again, we will break now for lunch because we're at time, and then we could come back and have more conversations. Thank you as well for being a great audience. Let's thank our panelists. How's everybody feeling? I know we had that nice lunch. Yeah? It was good, right? I enjoyed mine. All right, so we're gonna get started and we will go straight into the next round of breakout sessions. So if you've already done the talk on safety and sexual conduct with our youngsters with autism and Down syndrome, and you want to continue that conversation, you can go into the atrium. If you want to have the conversation about supporting learning and development in the classroom and at home, managing meltdowns, you stay here. So we're just switching locations now, all right? So we'll get started. If you decide, if you know now you want to switch, you can start moving into your respective spaces. For those that are going to stay out here, I ask that you just bring your chairs closer to the front and we make a little semicircle here by the stage, all right? So let's get shuffling around. Let's get that energy going before we fall asleep after that delicious lunch. Thank you.
So if you want to talk about sex, go inside the atrium, please. Even if you don't want to talk about sex, go inside the atrium to learn how to do it. And then if you want to talk about managing classrooms and meltdowns, which may be over sex, you stay out here and engage in the role play that we have had previously. But we need to do that switch over quickly. So out here is managing people and inside is... Exactly.
Thank you. Ooh, question. All right, so while we're moving, if you could move quickly, please, so we can get going. I have some questions from my volunteers to see if you guys have been paying attention. We have some giveaways, and if you get a question right, you get a free gift. All right. Who remembers what are some of the benefits of music therapy? Don't just shout it out because the person who hears you is going to win the gift. So put your hand up and then we'll come.
It's one of the only therapies that help with two parts of the brain. So it's really calming, it engages them, stuff like that.
We have a winner here. Thank you, Kitani. I heard you shout something.
Yeah, but that's okay. I was just saying it can calm the situation or the individual.
Calm them down. Yeah. Okay. Cool, cool. All right. Anyone else? We can have multiple winners, you know, guys. What are some of the benefits of music therapy? Okay, slight change in plans, guys. Breakout session B is going to be in the corner on the bleachers, all right? So no, if you're going to talk about learning, you stay right here. If you're gonna have the conversation about sex and safety with kids, you go to the bleachers, all right? So can I invite the panelists the facilitators to the stage, please? Let's welcome them. Okay, well, you do your thing,
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry, my mouth is big. I have to use the mic, she says. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. How are we feeling? How are we feeling? Your cooperation is going to determine what kind of evening we're going to have, right? Okay? Right. My name is Huelette McNickle. I'm a teacher in Anegada. I'm from Canada originally. Special care counselor. I was working with children with autism. And I switched from that role into becoming an educator because it became overwhelming after my second stage on board. However, 2019 led me here, COVID, and I ended up working, and I'm switching again and have been shifted working with children with special need. To be honest with you, I have found my niche. This found me, and through God leading me, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm here with my colleagues. The others said that we had an amazing time this morning. We give God the glory for that. I'm going to ask you please to stand. Everyone, we're going to have it's going to get better. I'm going to ask you to bring yourself in this moment. Close your eyes. Everybody that's here, please close your eyes. And I'm going to ask you to think one thought. One thought. Ta-na, 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 ta, ta-da, ta, 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 ta. Open your eyes. Please have your seat. I'm going to ask everyone to share what was your thought. Jeopardy. Please just flow with your thought. Just shoot them out and just go ahead. What was your thought? Pardon? Juice? Okay. Food? Go ahead, Amiyah. You were thinking about what I said? Okay, go ahead, miss. New ideas I have to offer. Go ahead, please. Jeopardy. Go ahead.
Until the last moment, I think about I'm getting better and better every day.
Okay. That's all. Go ahead.
My thought was a prayer for my grandson to get a companion.
Sorry, your thought was a prayer. We didn't hear. Sorry, we didn't hear it clearly.
I was thinking about.
Can you just speak up because we need to hear, please?
It is cold.
Oh, the mics are not working.
We've turned the volume down because we're sharing the space.
Oh.
Now, so that's right. Yeah. Okay, so she's cold. Companion for her grandson. Relaxing moment. Multiple. That's an honest answer right there.
That's a thought.
Multiple
Not being
things.
able to think of one thing is a thought. Mhm.
Multiple things, yeah.
Yeah. Good. Go ahead. Continue.
I'm tired.
Family. Gratefulness.
Miracle, my daughter. What's that? Miracle, my daughter.
Miracle, your daughter.
I believe I came in too late.
We can't hear, Miss.
I was thinking about the coconut cake. I'm thinking that I can pray with my eyes open. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So my thought was blank, trip, and then money.
Blank, trip, and then money.
Yeah.
Okay. That's multiple thoughts, right?
Money.
Money. All right. Anything else? Want to add?
I'm cold.
You're cold. She's cold. All right. So cold. You're not my dear. Anyone else had a thought?
Peace.
Mm-hmm.
Joy.
Home.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so from what we're understanding about each other, every one of us here, we're different. Is that correct? We all had different thoughts. Is that correct? However, all our thoughts collectively made us a group. When you think of autism, they're different. The children are different. No two child would have the same thought, but they are a piece of the puzzle. When your child is not at home, does the house feel different? Is their present missing? Sometimes is it a good thing and is it a bad thing? Be honest, you're not going to be judged. As teachers, sometimes is it a good thing or is it a... Let's be honest. Yes. Yes. But nevertheless, a piece of the puzzle they are. So when they're not at home, when their presence cannot be felt, when their voice cannot be heard, they're missing. That means that they belong, right? When you're in school, when they're not in the classroom, when they're not there that day, some of us as teachers, oh, thank you, Lord, I'm going to have a break today. And then I'm like, you know what? I miss AJ, you know. Because why? They are a piece of the, bear that in mind. That's the difference. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. You guys can hear me? I don't think it's on. Oh, okay. Okay, no problem. All right, good afternoon, everybody. I am Miss Marsha Pemberton, and I am special education teacher at the Elmo Stout High School. And I'm teaching the subject science, which is the best subject in the whole wide world. I'm also the owner of Simple Steps Student Academy, where I work with kids in the afternoon time to build skills, work on homework, and so forth, and even behavior. And also I'm the owner of Sunny Smiles Camp. It's an inclusion camp where it happens at Easter and summer. I'm thinking of winter about Christmas, but I'm not sure about that yet because sometimes you want a little break. But a lot of parents have been asking me, but I'm still thinking about it, okay? So today I want to have a conversation with parents, take care of stuff like that, caretakers, on how to deal with sometimes what we call meltdown. So I have a scenario. I want you to agree or disagree if it ever happened to you. You had a child refuse to start to do homework, yeah? And says too much and gets upset and distracted. Can somebody tell me how that makes you feel? Any parent could tell me or teacher tell me how it honestly makes you feel defeated and what happens next? Mm-hmm. 5. Okay.
Here in kindergarten.
Okay.
And she gives me a hard time, yes. But I also work with her, and I might count from 1 to 20. Before I get to 20, we're okay to start the homework.
Okay. Anybody else want to express anything that happened? Okay.
For me, it's like pulling your hair out. Pulling your hair out, sitting on the floor and throw a tantrum just like them. Sitting down for 2 hours hearing him saying, I don't like homework, I hate homework. And I would sit until when he gets ready and then he would start. So sometimes what I do, because I, honestly speaking, would get upset.
Right.
So what would I do? I leave the room because I know he can't do it. So I would leave the room, and when I come back, he had finished it. But the meltdowns and the argument and everything and why they have to this and 2 hours it'll take me to do homework, and I would sit there until he finished.
All right, thank you for your honesty. As a teacher, sometimes I feel that way too. I'm not even going to lie to you. I'm not even going to lie. Sometimes as teachers, we have to put our personal, what's going on, and try to focus on what's there. And it's not always easy. However, my advice to you is, first of all, you're doing a good job. The fact that you have feelings means that you care. Because if you didn't care, you wouldn't, it'd have been like whatever to you. But the fact that they're seeing, and they might not always tell you that you're doing a good job, but trust me, they know it. Oh yeah? That's good. I'm really, really happy because she has emotions, and they see the feelings, you know. Don't feel like they're just there and they're not understanding. They understand. They might not verbally say it, but their actions, sometimes those little extra hugs and kisses, and it comes. But what I want to encourage you, when you're doing homework and any activity, do it in section, in chunks, in breaks. Give them breaks. I had a situation, I could say it, Anis, with Anis, and it was a lot of work, but I realized that she was getting frustrated. I getting frustrated and she getting frustrated. No work gonna get done. So therefore I said, you know what? You take a break. And then at one point she was like, teacher, are you gonna take a break too? Because you better really have that relationship with that child. And over the time, it doesn't happen overnight, you know. It's gonna happen over time. And then I realized, you know what? We had that connection where she realized that, okay, if I could get a break, then you could get a break too. So then we give each other breaks, and then, okay, time's up. She would be like, already, and timing in my head, I probably cheating the time because time to get work done. I need to do other things too. So you work and you give, and it builds that confidence, and it's like, you know what? I know I have to do homework. Even after school, say, how was your day? You have homework? They're probably going to say what? They never have no homework. But as a teacher, I promise you, they got something to do. Something, you have some revision to do. And you say, you know what? Let's do this reading and then we probably watch a movie. Or let's do this homework and then do something that they like to do. Get a favorite candy. Stop by the store. They like Skittles. Throw that in. Trust me, they ain't even gonna realize what you do, but you know in your head, I get work done, the meltdown stopping, and it's a both win-win situation. Teacher don't have to call and say, well, Sarah didn't finish her homework. And we all know we don't like that kind of phone calls. No. So from my encouragement to you is, first of all, tell yourself you're doing fine. Second of all, encourage the child, like, okay, we're going to do homework because guess what? You want to go to the next grade, right? You don't want to stay back. Encourage them with the positive. And then sometimes learn to step back. You're going to have a time when no matter what you encourage, no matter what you throw at them, it just ain't going to happen. And guess what? That is okay. That is okay. So the next day, now you improve, and that's okay. We didn't do it yesterday, the day before. Now this time you have to do it. So building that relationship, know when to stop and know when to push. Because sometimes you have to push, and sometimes you be like, you know what? Today in the day, instead of homework, let's go on Call of Duty or whatever little things they like to do. Even though you hate it inside, show that you have interest in what they like. And trust me, it'll get better. It won't happen overnight. I'm not talking, you feel like, okay, she sounds like a fairy tale, but I promise you, as time go by, it's gonna get better. Keep building relationship with your kids. Heavy on communicating. Simple asking them, how was your day? I know a couple times, I was asking afternoon time to my kids when we're going home. And about 2 times in a row, they noticed, teacher, you never asked us how was our day? How did they go? I was like, you guys notice? They notice. They might not always say it. And when you build those little connection, when the big time comes, like, you know what? I'm going to just do what I have to do. Because I know maybe something going to happen in return for the betterment for both you and your child. Any questions about meltdowns? Any more stories? No? So we all perfect here? Okay. Yes.
I have two siblings, and me and my brother are pretty close. It's not that my sister and I aren't close, but she doesn't really listen to me, and she can be a bit annoying at times.
Is she older than you?
No, she's smaller than me.
She's younger, okay.
Yeah, so when I tell her to do something, she doesn't listen until an adult tells her to do it. So it's like, it is like she thinks that because I am a child, I cannot tell her the right thing.
And to be honest, you're gonna have that battle for the rest of your life. Because even up to now, my big sister have that problem with me. I'm the baby. But you build a relationship. Do what your sister likes to do. Sometimes instead of always my way or the correct way. Okay, your parents are here? Are your parents here?
No, I'm here with...
Okay, so don't tell them I said this, right? Sometimes your parents might say A, and be like, okay, let's do B today. Because then you get your sister to be on your side. So when you want something really get done, it won't be a problem because she realizes you have her back, even when she's wrong.
Oh, well, sometimes when our parents say that we cannot have snacks or ice cream, I have to make sure that they do not get any snacks or ice cream. So
you're the police. So you're the bad person now. You're the bad guy. And honestly, it happens, but I guess in the future, they're going to realize that my sister had my back. So right now, it feels like it's a fight. But in the long run, they're going to remember that my sister looked out for me, even though I didn't want to hear it at the time. So don't give up. Because it ain't going to end. Because you're going to always be like that for the rest of your life. Keep building your bond with your sister. That's my encouragement to you.
Well, thank you for the advice.
You're
I
welcome.
really appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right.
Do you listen to your sister?
Like if she has a problem?
In anything.
Well, I would listen to her if she feels sad or anything. But do you mean like if she's trying to tell me something?
Yeah.
Well, if she's trying to tell me something right, then yes, I would do it. She would tell my brother and I what our parents said to do. So yes, I listen to her.
Only when it comes to that, I guess. Alrighty. Sorry, Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mrs. Prescott, and I'm a third grade teacher at First Impressions Primary. Now, this afternoon, we're going to switch it up a little bit. But before we do, I have two questions. How many of us are teachers in the room? All right. How many of us are parents in the room? Okay, I have some parents over there. All right. So I have a third question. How many of us at about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning, listen, I can't take this no more right now, I'm tired of this thing. Something along that line when you're in the classroom for the teachers. A situation just, honestly, no judging here, no judgment. Something just, even if you said it in your mind. I have a few hands there. Over here. Two hands over here. All right. And honesty is good. Honesty is good. And you're very correct. You are absolutely correct. So today, you know what we're going to do this afternoon? We're going to flip the script. We're going to put ourselves in the students' shoes. And then I'm gonna have, so it's like a role play. We're gonna have students and we're gonna have teachers and we're gonna have observers too. Because many times when things happen, there's always someone on the outside looking in. So I'm gonna give you a scenario. We're gonna form groups of 5. 5 is good.
Just take it home. Yeah, 5.
Okay, all right, so groups of 5. And I'm going to read you your scenario before we form. You wanna do the numbering? So 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3, all right. All right, so we're gonna do the 1, 2, 3 system. You decide that in the group. Yes. No. 1, yes.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2,
3. Yes, please.
1, 2,
2. But I like your energy. I love your energy.
1, 2, 3. 1,
2,
3.
All right.
All the 1s together, all the 2s together, all the 3s together, please.
And give yourself some space. You're gonna need it. So I'm gonna give, when you finish forming, I'm going to give the scenario.
1, 2, 3. You're gonna need some space.
You're gonna need some space. So maybe 3. We're good. I like you. All right, let me give them some space.
Doesn't matter where they want to be, wherever they're. So 1's are over here. We have 2 and we have 3 over here. Is that it? Yeah. Okay. Over there. Group 1 is here. 2. Something is not right. All the 1s over here. Everybody here is 1. Come on, guys. Yeah.
One's looking really big. One. One might have more. Okay, so we need to put 1 here and 1 here.
Okay. Amiyah, can you come here, please?
Yes.
No. Ms. Janelle, come here, please. Stay here. You stay there.
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Ms. come here, please. Take a chair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're good.
All right, so we're gonna do some acting and maybe we're gonna win some Oscars today, you never know. I have a scene. So a child is in class, cannot stay seated, keeps moving, interrupts, touches everything, including something that you said do not touch. Teachers, you're trying to teach. Parents, you're gonna hear about it later. Child, you have lots of energy. So within your group, you formulate some ideas how you're gonna act out this scenario. Come up with amongst yourself, who's gonna be the child, who's gonna be the parent, who's gonna get that phone call later. You know, you hear all about the crazy things that happen during the day, and who's gonna be the teacher. So I'm gonna give you 5 minutes on the clock. See, we already have a child right there. You're gonna have 5 minutes on the clock to do some planning. Now, halfway through your acting, you're gonna hear me say switch. Halfway through your acting, you're gonna hear me say switch. When you hear me say switch, the roles get flipped.
The
Yes.
parent become the child.
Yes.
And the child become the parent.
Yes, please. And the teacher. Yes. So however you wanna switch it up. Yeah. All right, and your 5 minutes to.
Because we want you, the objective is for you to be in the teacher's
Yes.
shoe, be in the parent shoe, be in the
child. Please feel free. This morning I had a chair, I had 2 phones. Please feel free.
Okay.
So I'm gonna repeat it. So you're in a class, the child kind of stays seated, keeps moving, interrupts, touches everything. Teachers, you know, you're trying to teach. Parents, you gonna get that phone call.
And the child, please remember you have lots of energy. It's 10:30, you just had your snack, you didn't drink enough water for the day, and you may go. Start now. 5 minutes. Remember, 5 minutes to plan. Yeah. Let's go get the energy in, get the energy up and pumping. And remember, this is a space of no judgment, so please. Bye. Yes, we do.
You can switch roles as well, so. Who's the next parent or who's the next child? As a parent, as a teacher, think of the solution.
When she brings the sensory stuff too, Lovely. You're gonna have to come out of the way.
Okay, so which group would like to go? Which group would like to go first? Good, come. Okay, let's welcome group number. What number are you? Number 1. Listen, listen. Listen, listen. So this also is a strategy that we can use as well to get your child's attention. You just give them a little rhythm for them to flow with, okay? One of the things that we encourage, every victory for a child is a victory. So this group of children, this group of participants, they have made the initiative to step forward first. So we encourage support. So let's put our hands together and welcome them. So that's another strategy that you use in your classroom, even for those children who does not have autism, for they too to be involved. That's a part of inclusion. Encourage them to support any effort. Even if the child with autism step forward and he or she doesn't it's a classroom setting. He or she does not understand what was asked of them, but even the mere fact that they step out and take the initiative to do so, applaud them, celebrate them, because for that it's a lot, okay? Okay? I mean, for the parents that are home, you ask the child to bring the soap, let's wash the dishes. If they didn't bring the soap, but they bring the dishes, they heard something. Acknowledge that. It means a lot, okay? Come. So let's put our hands together for them, please.
So, okay, I want one.
Go in the middle, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, everybody has to see you.
Okay, we have 5 minutes, so we're gonna all of us. No, not each group have 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes between all 3 groups.
Go this one, then we
just saw the timer.
Let's go in class.
Good afternoon, class. Today, our science topic will be on the sun. We will all get up and go outside and watch the sun and give us your observation. Amiyah, it's not that time.
Teacher, should I walk with my book?
Yes, walk with
My
your
bag
book.
is very heavy. I don't know
Put
why my
down
mother
your
just
bag.
gave me all
But
of these
you
books.
don't need your bag outside. Just
Okay,
walk
teacher.
with your book and look at the sun. Amiyah, it's not PE time. Can you? Let's go outside.
Teacher, she's distracting me. I cannot learn.
Okay, concentrate on the sun. Don't let her get to you. Amiyah, let's go. Tell me about the sun.
Okay.
Put down the chair.
Okay, teacher. So because the clouds, I'm just barely seeing the sun peeping through, teacher.
Thank you for your observation. Can you tell me what you're seeing? The sun yellow. And what are you seeing, Jumping
Teacher,
Jack?
she ain't seen nothing. What's wrong with her? She ain't seen nothing, teacher.
Well, thank everyone. The bell has rung. School is out. Good afternoon. Can I have a little word with you? Amiyah was a bit distracted today.
No, she was.
She was running around the class.
Not my Amiyah.
Yes, your princess Amiyah.
Princess Amiyah wasn't being a princess.
No.
You know
she
what you
wasn't.
can do for me? Drop in by the school. Just a surprise visit. And you would see an action. I can even, if you give me permission, I would videotape and send it to you. And you'll see the energy she releases in school before she gets home.
Sounds like my Amiyah.
It's yours.
Okay, I'll have a little.
I can attest it's yours. It's yours. Yes, thank you.
Give him a hand, please. Give him a hand. Let's go.
Sorry, who are the principals? Who are the principals, lady? Who's
Teacher.
Two children?
Two teachers, two children.
Two children? Children? Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah. They're not, the children not talking.
They're not speaking?
No.
So who's speaking?
The teachers and the parents.
You're speaking?
All right. Okay. Oh, wow. Good morning, class. Good morning. Oh, okay. We did not like the shoes. Okay. You want to put your shoes back on? Okay, come. Look at me. Come. Let's get the shoes. Let's get the shoes, honey.
Mickey,
Come.
Mickey,
We're gonna
Mickey,
put the
Nikki,
shoes on.
that is
Put
not to
one
play
on,
with, Nikki.
one
That is
on,
not
and
to
two.
play
Put
with. We're trying to
one.
learn. We're learning about
And we're gonna put
science
the other
today.
one on.
No, Mickey, please have a seat. Please have a seat.
Good job.
Please
Come have a seat.
Nice.
Have a
No,
seat.
no, you're gonna
High
hurt
five.
the others.
Give me high
We are
five.
learning about science.
Good job.
Good. Come on,
Good
high five.
job.
I'm gonna get your
All
shoes.
right.
You wanna come for your shoes? Would you like to come for your shoes? You sure?
No?
Okay, you seated right now, so that's good for me right now. Where is Nikki? Look, Nikki.
Let me
my
get this
God.
one.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my God. Do you want me to call your mother?
You go get Nikki. I can deal with
Okay, I'm gonna try and
Okay.
see I get Nikki with the time.
Nikki.
Nikki.
Run around. Oh, let's go sit down time. Good job. High five. All right. We ready for our toys?
We
You
switching
ready?
now.
Your toy.
We switching.
roles.
Now you turn Nikki.
Switch.
You teacher.
You teacher.
We gonna talk your back right then. You want to do whatever. On your mark. Get set.
So when the next day I do the job.
You go. I coming back. All right.
Come on, McNick. Come on, McNick. Let's go.
Get set.
Come on. Look at this. What color is this? What color is this? Come. Blue. Blue. Let's look for blue. Show me where blue is. Let's look for blue. Are you seeing blue? Can you see blue? Ah, you can't see blue? Come, let's look for blue. Let's look for blue. Let's look for blue. When you see blue, you sit. When you see blue, you sit. Okay. Good job. Next step is to turn the chair.
Blue.
Blue. Everybody. Blue, teacher. Blue. Blue. Can you have a seat? And guess what? I have a special one for you. How long is it going to take?
All right, time.
Thank you.
You better run.
Next group, please. Next group.
Sorry, Kathy.
Nikki was ready, right?
It's supposed to three. That's the idea of the switch too. Yes. Oh.
All eyes on group 3.
Morning, everybody. Everybody's speaking now. Morning, class. This morning we want to do a. We want to do. Katani, have a seat.
No.
Never mind. We're going to do a class in poetry.
Okay.
Repeat after me. Don't mind Katani.
Don't mind Katani.
I wandered lonely as a cloud.
I wandered lonely as a cloud.
Katani, put down those glasses. Come and have a seat. This is a lovely poetry lesson. I wandered lonely as a cloud. Can you imagine you're going to be a star? Come and say it. Excuse me, class. We're going to get right back to it. I have to get. Excuse me a minute, Denise. Sorry, can you come and get your daughter? She's being very
gone
disruptive.
with a chair.
Come and get her. She's being very disruptive. I don't know what to do. No. Get her. Come and get her.
I don't want to do poetry.
But that's good.
No, it's boring.
Who says so?
Me.
No, man.
And switch.
Okay,
all right. That was the parent talking to the daughter.
Oh, parent.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right, kids. Let's say the alphabet. Hi, baby love. Come. You want to sit down? No. Okay. What? You aggressive. But But babes, come look. Okay, come with the pocket. Come sit down right here. Right. All right. Good job.
Okay.
High five. Good job. Okay, and then we sit again. Right? Okay. High five. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everybody, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, everybody, we did good today. You and your mommy are gonna have a conversation. Come sit down.
My mommy?
Yes.
My
Everybody,
mommy?
you're dismissed.
Mommy.
Yes, you wait for your mommy, okay?
Okay.
You're going to have a conversation. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Good afternoon,
Right here.
teacher.
Afternoon.
Mommy.
What tools do you use with baby love hair?
A belt.
A belt?
Yes.
I understand.
That's the only thing that's work for baby girl.
Baby girl?
A belt.
Well, I believe we need other methods, okay? Because she's very disruptive with the lesson. All right, baby, come sit. But we need to practice some other stuff, okay? Because
Yes,
she's very,
teacher.
very disruptive, and it's not nice or fair to the other kids.
At this point, I'm willing to try
And time.
anything.
All right, time. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Well done. The comments, negative or positive, that's fine. What did you see that was negative here, and what did you see that was positive? Anyone?
What the teacher had to complain about.
Okay. So that's do we experience this as parents and as teachers? Yes, we do. The parents automatically paint the child as good and the teacher as bad. That's the message. You didn't hear what the teacher was saying. And oftentimes we need to understand as parents, the same children that you have at home are the ones you send to us in the classroom. And they would behave one way with you and another way when they're around their peers or when they're with you because of the different environment. Okay? This group, what did you see with this group? Anybody with any of the groups? Negative or positive? We're not judging, we're just being honest because it's what we're facing. Go ahead, any group.
The parent was not active,
Mm-hmm.
right? And in most cases or most scenarios, even though the teacher tried to get the parents involved, because they're either too busy working or don't have the time to listen to what's going on with the child now end up becoming more destructive in the class versus getting the aid they need.
Everybody agree? Yeah. And also another thing, as much as you were trying to teach, it was not happening because you were torn between. As teachers in the classroom, we got to choose. That's right. That's right. Okay? So the choice that we have to make, and one of the things that was, this class had 2 teachers. Utilize the help that you have. That is key. Do you understand? So in order for instruction to continue, it's okay not to remove the child from that class, but occupy your centers that you've created. That space for that child, let it become that child's space for that moment with the teacher that you have. Because what that child, remember, it's not a bad behavior. It's a message that child is communicating. I don't want to do this right now. I don't have the capacity, as Dr. said, to do, because right now I am not in that headspace. I'm not in that mode. Because if you don't, what kept happening? The behavior just continued. Okay?
What I like about this one also with the positive, the teacher did not get annoyed.
Calm.
The teacher was calm until the concept, the student get the
grasp the concept.
And then she praised the student, which was really excellent.
Excellent. And normally what happens in this situation, you're so blessed that the others didn't start acting up. Because that's one of the things that triggers, do you understand? When the other, like, like you agree. Over here. What was the positive? What were the negatives? And then you know what you could have done there? Encourage the others. Because why? She was still counting. 2, 3, 4. So encourage the others to stand up and do that. Because remember, integration is not only with the child that has autism. It's with the others as well. So they too have to come into their role a little bit because they're together. So they have to see that. So something that may seem abnormal, make it normal. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's for us as teachers to think outside of the box and think quickly. That's the mode that we're in. So they started dancing. Okay, guys, and you're the teacher. Let's turn it into dancing.
Yes.
1, 2.
Yes.
Yes. That's right. Get the whole class to do that. That is, again.
So I want to reinforce that group also, because I really like it when she said the whole class to participate, because I have learned that from one challenge, the whole class should learn from each other, and that was excellent.
Yes. Yes. So you see that? That's three different solutions. And then sometimes what do we have to do? Share ideas. One of the things also that I saw, and I don't know if it's because we are conscious of that we're here acting this out, most of the teachers were calm. Let's go to the what if. Let's be honest. What about the what ifs? What if you're not calm at that moment? What if that child is really rapping? Sorry? Oh, the teacher, she was firm. She was firm, and she reached her level, but she was in control. Because what happened at time when we lose control, that's the message that we're relaying to the student. And remember, the children with autism, they feed off of our energy.
Just to add something, sometimes even as a teacher or a caretaker, when you get to that level, ask somebody just to come in and help you. Don't sit there and don't let it escalate, and take a breather and you ask the next colleague, can you come into my class? Switch it out. Take a walk. Because If you frustrated, we all in that whole class gonna be frustrated.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't end well. So take your breaks and ask for help. Yes. Yeah, you have to. Yes, you have to.
So, did we learn anything? Go ahead, Miss Kathy.
There was one thing that we constantly would hear when we deal with teachers who deal with children with autism and other conditions. When they get into their home and other settings, you operating just like them children we used to teach every day. They say that you become them, and it becomes a stigmatized kind of thing. Okay, I don't want to go into that profession, or I don't want to go into that environment with children with autism, because eventually they're going to catch on me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope you got something to walk away with today. This is the table for something for me. You good?
Wonderful. Are we having fun yet? All right, I think we're still awake. Are we having fun yet? I see Crystal is having a lot of fun over there. We just had 2 amazing breakout sessions. I see persons are visiting the resource tables now. That's a good opportunity to do so. And while you do that, I will welcome a young man to the stage. I don't know how many of you know Jamoi Anselm, but he is, if you've come to the Save the Seed Center before, you would have seen him. He is no stranger to this space or to the children. He's affectionately known as Candyman by my daughter. Because this is where you'll get your sweet treats from him. You can sit. There we go. So this afternoon, I'm going to have a little chat with Jamoi. I'll just read a bit about Jamoi and what he does. Is that okay? Yeah? So Jamoi is a driven young entrepreneur and a public speaker who lives with cerebral palsy, and he leads with resilience, faith, and purpose. He operates multiple small ventures, including selling candy, sweet treats, managing vending machines at Save the Seed Center, and offering bouncy castle rentals to the for community events. He's passionate about inspiring others, and Jamoi is a youth preacher. His journey reflects determination and ambition, and he is committed to encouraging young people to believe in themselves and pursue their purpose beyond limitations. Jamoi Anselm. Join me in welcoming him to the stage, guys.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. So, as I mentioned to Jamoi, I had 5 questions for him. I don't know if we'll get through all of them, but I do believe that he has a lot to offer in his lived experience, and it's important for us to hear from our young adults in the community as well. Because, as I said earlier in our various sessions, our children will grow up and they will become part of our community. Now, what's important is that we ensure that we create that space and we save that space for them to be who they are and what they want to be. So Jamoi actually has quite a bit about that to share with us today. So the first question I will ask, do you want to add anything to what I've said so far, Jamoi?
No.
No? Okay. All right. So the first question is, can you tell us a little about your journey growing up with cerebral palsy and how you've come to see yourself beyond any diagnosis?
Well, I grew up in St. Vincent. My mom had a hard time growing up, right? So she had to send me by my aunt in St. Vincent. So there where I grew up as a nature boy, per se. So while I was there, I experienced life at the early age. Yeah. So I grew up and went to special needs school.
Yeah.
And then when my mom got better financially, she came and took us up, me and my big brother. So I was the baby. And then I came up here. It was a struggle to get me in school. I called Miss Lorna Lawson. She helped me. She said, Jamoi, I'm putting in special in school. This time, Miss George was the principal. Miss George put me in for a week.
For a week? Miss George had you for a week in her class? Okay.
And then she came after the week. She got my mom and told me, get him out of here.
So you're saying you had a teacher, Miss George, who they put you in her class and she said, in a special ed class, and it was basically, come get you out of here.
Yeah.
You don't belong in this class. Yeah. You have your physical limitations, but obviously there's nothing cognitively wrong or limiting about you.
No.
All right. That's fair. And so then where did you end up?
I ended up for another week home because of, and Miss Dawson, Lorna Dawson, who was instrumental, helped me to get into a school. They were planning to send me to a school nearby, but it had no space.
So, okay.
They didn't have no space in the school. So,
wow. No space in the school for you.
That's why I told my parents they had no school, no space in the school. So only one had the space, and that was Joyce Samuels Primary School.
Okay.
So I went there. Started off in grade 2, and from there, history.
Okay, so then you went straight through Joyce Samuel School, graduated from there, straight through to high school, to BVI High. At the time is what it was called. No?
It was Elmore South.
It was Elmore South when you went through? Okay, Elmore South. And you graduated from Elmore South as well?
Yeah.
And then you went on, I think you told me you went on to college. You were studying computer science, right? Yeah.
But I didn't finish.
You didn't finish it? Tell us why you didn't finish it. If you'd like to share.
The pressure my aunt had died.
Yeah.
So it took a toll on me. So when I went back to college, try college again, I started getting memory flashback, and so
Yeah.
so I stopped
You gotta keep
because of that.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the reason.
So she passed away, and so that was affecting you with your studies, and you get a lot of flashbacks, is what I heard you say. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that must have been hard. That must have been really hard for you then. Okay. All right. So let's talk a bit about overcoming those challenges then, right? There must have been moments where things felt difficult, especially in school or your daily life. What helped you push through those challenges and keep moving forward?
Persistence.
Persistence, I like that. Tell us about that.
Whenever life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, right?
That is our motto.
So, yeah, I made lemonade with my struggle. Yeah. It was difficult to do.
Oh, sorry, I think the mic went off. Sally Ann, I'm gonna let her hold the mic for you, but that's okay. I think this one is a little buddy.
Yeah. No.
No? Just hold it closer. Okay. Try that one and see if it's...
Yeah. Check.
Switching?
Check.
Check. Better. All right, let's go. All right, so in overcoming those challenges, in school and in daily life, tell me a little bit about that.
School was a big issue for me, personally. I remember my days of going to primary school, walking around all the girls. Yeah. And going to high school, I became popular.
You became popular in high school, okay.
So it was easy getting through for me, personally. But it have some challenges, right? I couldn't write fast like anybody else, so they had to give me a special aid assistant.
Yeah. Did that person write for you?
Yeah.
So they said you couldn't write fast enough, so they got you a classroom aid, and that person wrote for you. Okay.
And Marsha was one of them. Miss Marsha Pemberton.
Marsha Pemberton was that aid for you? Oh, she's here today, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So, yeah, I give her help. So.
Awesome. That must have been awesome, having that support, because it must have been difficult. All right. Let's switch a little bit to pathways to independence and work. Let's talk about that a little bit. Yeah? All right. So you built your own businesses and created opportunities for yourself. What did that pathway to independence look like for you, and what advice would you give other neurodivergent young adults trying to find their way? What advice would you give them?
Business, I didn't. That was this is a tricky question, right? But I didn't plan to have a business.
You didn't plan to have a business? But you have like 3 businesses.
But it happened so.
Okay.
I was looking for a job. Right?
Okay. You were looking for a job where?
So, all over the place.
Just everywhere. Okay.
After I got fired from right.
Okay.
That's history. Right? After that, I got depressed. Just like anybody.
Yeah, it's hard.
I took a while. I went back to college. College wasn't for me. So I went back to looking for a job. Applying everywhere I see a job. Alpha.
Yeah.
Couldn't find a job.
So you would apply for the jobs. You would get an interview. You would get to go in.
No.
No, they would just not accept your application.
Yeah.
Multiple places.
Yep.
Okay.
So I spoke to Bishop Klein.
Okay.
He was like, "Well, you always up in my office for?" I was asking him to give me a job. So persistence kicking.
Persistence is key. All right.
Kicking. So I don't think no for answer. I really don't think no for answer.
Okay.
So I knock and I knock and I knock. Then finally he said, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? I said, I can manage everything you give me. Anything.
You can manage anything.
Anything.
Oh, anything. All right.
Give me anything. I'm my side.
Okay.
He gave me a while, right? He put me off again. Threw me off again. Put me to the side again. So I was like, oh man, this ain't working out. So my persistence kicking again. High drive. Overload. So I say, me ain't say no. Me ain't say no. So I say, let me go and see what he have. Same time, it was 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days. When
there's what, 1,000 jobs?
1,000 jobs in 1,000 days, right? You have that thing,
the community
program, yeah.
The program, okay.
Right? 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days. I went there for a week.
Right.
Can't find a job.
So you even went to 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days and you didn't get a job? Wow.
So
okay.
I say, let me cool off a little bit. And then something happened. So I went to Bishop again. I heard that it was the premier was going come to the church, right? Was coming to the church, right? To have a meeting. So I went to the meeting and somebody stood up and said, what are you doing for the children with special needs?
So someone asked that question in the meeting, what are we doing for persons with special needs?
Yes.
Okay.
Someone I knew. But I was like, how are you going to ask that question? In the back of my head, right? So I was like, gotcha. And then he was like, oh, I went to a trip by down in the UK, and he tried to build a program here like that to make stuff. But me like that.
So how I understand this, so you said they were going to do a program similar to one that is in the UK, where you go to the job and you make things like with your hands. So like what kind of things, like
hats,
hat?
shoes.
Okay, so like arts and crafts kinds of thing, like
Yeah.
crafty work, and you didn't
Yeah.
want to do that.
No.
Okay.
So I was like, what are you talking about? Then Bishop say, all right, let me go. Let me do that for you. Let me do something. Stepped in. Bishop stepped in. And he's there. Don't let me down. I'm ready. Anything you want. Anything you need. But don't let it go to waste.
Okay.
So I started up. He talked to his assistant Jackie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he talked to her and tell her to take care of me. From there, I started doing business. I had no thinking for business.
Wow. So what it sounds like is they created a business opportunity for you here at the church, just from you being persistent, you pushing, you saying, look, I need to do something different. I'm not doing arts and crafts. I'm not doing straw work or whatever. And they said, okay, we'll give you this opportunity. Don't blow it. Don't blow it. So that was the challenge right there. I could see it. Like it switched on for you then. You were like, I'm not gonna mess this up. I'm not throwing away my shot. All right. So then what happened? So then you started with a candy business here?
Yeah.
That was the first thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Started out in the church, outside of the church.
Yeah.
And yeah, with 5 stuff. 5 different pieces of candy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just five different, like Skittles?
Yeah.
Just 5?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then
it kept growing?
Yeah. I want to go from small to medium to right now I have like 100 different stuff.
Wow. 100 different types of candy. Wow. You hear that? That's amazing. Yeah. Persistence. Persistence is key. All right, and that's it. I think that is the message you have for persons like yourself. Like, don't give up. Don't take no for an answer. Just keep pushing. Keep pressing. All right. So we have about 2 minutes left. Okay. My timers, they don't seem to have a... All right, so let's keep talking. Let's talk about your support system just real quick, and then we'll wrap it up. All right. So you mentioned that there was a key person in your life that supported and believed in you. What did they do that made the biggest difference, and what can families and communities learn from that? You mentioned your aunt, I think. It was that person for you.
My aunt was a key role model.
She was a role model, key role model, okay.
She accepted me from since I was small. Right? Acceptance is key. Everybody wants to be accepted.
Everyone wants to be accepted, that's right, yeah.
Right? So acceptance is key. Persistence is key too.
Acceptance and persistence, they're both key. I like that.
So whenever she didn't have enough, she make it do.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So yeah. My mom was a key player too. And I had a small support group that helped me. every time I need something.
Okay. I am so glad you have that support group, because it's really important for our young people especially to not feel alone. I think our Honorable Lorna Smith asked that question earlier about loneliness. It's very easy to feel alone when you're pushing and trying so hard, going against everything that seems to be going against you. That is truly powerful. All right. So my very last question to you then is, I know I said that was the last one. This is going to be the last one for real. If you can tell us, you know, let's leave it on a positive note. Like, what is your biggest dream moving forward in terms of your public speaking, in terms of your ministry, in terms of your business? Like, what is your big dream and goal?
Well, my main dream and goal is to visit the world, travel the world, doing things and ministering to people. Yeah.
You want to travel the world and minister to people?
Yeah.
That's powerful. Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time today, Jamoi.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. All right. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, so we're winding down to the end now, and we just want to give quick comments, quick updates from what's happening in our community. And I'll invite Dr. Natasha Frett and Crystal Estridge to come up, and let's talk a bit about what's happening in the medical side of things, because I've been hearing a lot of buzz and a lot of fun things coming our way, maybe. So come on up, let's hear what's happening. I know Natasha's looking at me like you're putting me on the spot here.
Yes, you are.
Well, Crystal, you were telling us a bit earlier about disability services and some of the programs there. Did you want to elaborate a bit more on some of what's available out there? Just a few of them, yeah?
Just in general what we do?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so as I said earlier, we have our early intervention program, and that's just a program that's geared towards children between the ages of 0 and 8 that may present with developmental delays. And the purpose of that program is to help them to catch up and meet those milestones so that they could have more success when they go into education. We also have our autism program, which deals with individuals who have autism spectrum disorders, but we also offer support to individuals with other neurodevelopmental disorders or even physical disabilities, because we are under the social development umbrella. And so if somebody needs additional services, we could, one, refer them out if it's not something that we offer in-house, but two, when I was speaking about the physical thing, maybe you might need a wheelchair, maybe you might need a hospital bed. Through our public assistance program, we can assist you with getting the supplies that you would need. And then we have our day program, which is for adults with disabilities, and they come on a daily basis. And we have group sessions, we have individual plans that we do with them to help them to try and develop different life skills such as cooking, ironing, vocational skills so that they can engage in employment. We also have some clients that we see that we assist with like college courses and stuff. And in addition to that, we have a job placement program. And so for our job placement program, we would contact various employers, try to match the person with a business that they could probably provide services to, whether it is like an interest area, or they have strengths in this area, or maybe we think that they could thrive in that environment. And so we would match them with that employer. We would have meetings with the employer, check out the site, give like some brief background on how to support our client while in employment, and we would do monthly checks and try to assist them to thrive in that work environment. So then we pay the salary for the client for the first 3 months, and then the employer has the opportunity to extend full-time employment to that client.
That's amazing. So I think we're looking for employers to do that as well. Yeah,
Yes,
we're always
we are.
on the hunt.
Yeah, we actually had a meeting in January where we sent out letters, I think to like 12 businesses, so that we could just pitch to them what this program is and if they would be willing to participate. So we have 2 partners right now that expressed interest.
That's amazing.
Yes,
That's
yes.
amazing. Let's give those 2 partners a round of applause because we need them in the community. Absolutely. And as you know, we at Lemonade, we also try to do that training program as well for employers, so they're aware of how to manage neurodivergent persons. Yes, in their workplace. Awesome. All right, so Dr. Frett, Natasha.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So as I am going to speak both from the perspective of a pediatrician and also the director of primary health care. And so what I would like to bring to the table at this point is some of the things the medical fraternity would tend to offer when it comes to neurodivergent individuals. So first of all, from the pediatric perspective, one of the things that we do, particularly within primary care, is screening. I know all of you might be familiar with the vaccination program. So every 2 to 3 months, from 2 to 4 months, or even 2 to 6 months, the child would go to the community clinic and they would get their vaccines. This is what you find in the primary care setting. You can also find it in the specialist pediatric setting, which would happen at the hospital. And during these sessions, they would ask the mom or the dad, the caregiver, particular questions that should raise the red flag or raise the awareness if this particular child has some form of neurodivergent. So after having this hunch based off of the questions, we would then have you do a screening. So for example, for autistic spectrum disorders, we may give the mom and the teacher of that particular child the MChat. So some of you may be familiar with that screening tool. And there are other different screening tools that would help us to identify children with neurodivergent. And after screening the child, then we would have formal testing. Formal testing is done by specific individuals, some of who are represented here. And formal testing can also be done at the mental health unit at the BVI Health Services Authority. So after the formal testing, one of the strategies that's very important when looking at children and persons with neurodivergence is to have a multidisciplinary approach. And what this means is that the community of specialists come together to help this person prosper. So the primary care physician, or in most cases the pediatrician, would sit down and would identify what are those challenges that this particular individual has. Do they have challenges with speech? Do they have challenges with fine motor? Do they have challenges with sensory? So we sit down and we look at these different challenges. And then we look for key persons within the community that would be able to help this individual. So we may refer to a speech therapist to help with speech therapy. We may refer to an occupational therapist to help with sensory and to help with fine motor and functioning skills. We may even send to a physical therapist if the individual has challenges with large muscle movements, etc. And we may also send to a behavioral therapist or a psychologist in order to help. Now, in some situations, these youngsters may need medications. And again, the physician, usually within our setting, it would be either the pediatrician or the psychiatrist, would prescribe particular medications and would then monitor that child, whether it's monthly, 3 monthly, for symptoms, side effects, and so forth. And so there is a monitoring. So we have screening, we have inviting the community, meaning making the different referrals, and we have monitoring the symptoms, making sure that all the therapies that we're instituting are actually helping. We also know that in dealing with neurodivergent children, that they may have other concerns. Some of them may have aspects of anxiety, some of them may have depression, some of them may feel isolated just because when they interact with other persons, they recognize that they are different. And so there are resources as well that we would use to support these individuals. And in some cases, it may require medication. We also have scenarios where we have children with neurodivergent being very, very picky. And sometimes they may have a lot of GI issues. And so with that, while there is medication, there is also dietary adjustments that can be made. So we would have a nutritionist on board that would be able to help navigate those feeding challenges. So I think I touched those 3 large areas in where we would provide support, especially within our community. We do have a significant number of professionals, both in the public and the private sector, that are coming together to give support to these youngsters.
Awesome. And so my question is, do you guys go into the schools at any point of time, or is it that we have to come and seek you out? I'm just curious. Either of you could answer that.
So from within the medical fraternity, no, we don't go into the schools. We do invite the children to and encourage parents to have their children have the regular checkups. There is also another opportunity that occurs when the child is entering into school, whether they're entering into primary school or they're entering into high school. Those are opportunities that are mandated by the education system. And so these are the only, I would say, for want of a better word, intrusive ways, where it's kind of somewhat forced on you, you're obligated to interact with the medical fraternity. But other than that, it would be encouraging parents to just make the regular checkups.
And that's important, getting those checkups done. Crystal, do you have any?
Regarding going into schools. So we collaborate often with the Ministry of Education, and we also, through our early intervention program, a lot of those services are offered in the early child care centers as well, just because it don't really have the support like it does up in the higher grades. And so we do have close relationships with education and a lot of the private institutions. And so the teachers would know that all services are available and they know how to reach out to us, how to encourage parents to register, how to refer, and all of those things. We are currently working on a form just to make it easier for the child care centers to make referrals, because sometimes they don't know what to put or don't know what to say. So if you give them a form, then they'll be like, okay, check. I just send it over. In the same way, through our early intervention program, like Dr. Frett was saying, a multidisciplinary approach is very important. And so via that program, there are different people on our list that we collaborate with and contact. So that also includes pediatricians at BVI HSA, because we get referrals from them as well. We get referrals from education, and then we try to make whatever intervention services that a child needs available and accessible.
Awesome. It sounds like it's getting better.
I hope so.
Yes. So for both of you then, just if there's anyone here that doesn't quite know how to start the process, how do we get started over at BVI HSA, getting our child assessed or to see a pediatrician? Let's say that, because I think pediatricians are assigned at birth, but that's if the child is born here. Okay. But how then do you get to HSA, the services there, and then those interventions that you mentioned, and then how do we get the services, how do we start the process with you? So if you could elaborate.
Okay, sure. So you're correct. Every single child that is born at Dr. DeOrlando Smith Hospital, they are assigned a pediatrician from birth. And with that, you are invited, or rather enrolled, into the pediatric child specialist clinic. The other opportunity of screening is done at the community centers, where you would go and have your vaccines. The community health nurses, they would ask questions about nutrition. They would ask, certain milestone questions, and those are supposed to trigger another list of questions. And if there is a concern at that particular visit, that community health practitioner would then refer you to the pediatrician. So this would be a second opportunity for your child to be screened or be enrolled into a pediatric program at BVI HSA. So it's either directly by the pediatrician, because you are enrolled in the pediatric specialist clinic from birth, or it would be from referral from the community health practitioner. It can also be a referral from your private practitioner. If you have a private practitioner and you voice a concern, they can then refer you to a pediatrician, whether it be in the public setting or in the private setting. So that would be the third opportunity for your child to be enrolled or be assessed by a specialist. Another opportunity that I've encountered would be from social development via the teachers. So the teachers would have written a referral to social development, and then social development would then write a referral directly to the pediatrician, asking for the child to be formally assessed to see whether or not they have a neurodivergent and what this would be and what other services this particular child would have. The reason why this becomes very important is because, as I mentioned earlier, some children with neurodivergence may have other things happening. They may have constipation, they may have anxiety, they may have depression, and sometimes it may also be associated with another neurodevelopmental disorder, such as trisomy 21, otherwise known as Down syndrome, etc., etc. And so with those, they have other medical chronic conditions associated with it. So it's very important that if you suspect that your little one has some neurodivergent condition, that they be assessed for other medical conditions and for other things such as anxiety, depression, etc.
Wonderful, thank you. Crystal?
So to get support from the Disability Services Division, you go to the Social Development Department. Our main office is located at Johns Hole near the Red Cross building. And, and, but when I talk, okay, I think it's back. Oh, okay. So you go to the Social Development Department and so you go to the Social Development Department and they would do the initial assessment, and that's basically just to gather the basic background information. They won't ask you too much in-depth questions, just so that they could get confirmation, data about identifying information like that. And you'll have to bring supporting documentation such as NHI card and identification, something like your passport. So that's how you start the process. And once that process is finished, they would create the file and send it to us, and then we would reach out and schedule for the assessment.
Wonderful. So we gotta just get our kids into the system.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no shame in that, guys. Let's get on with it. We do have the services available in the BVI, and the point of this is to let everyone know that it does exist. So thank you both very much for your time. Does anyone have any questions? Very quickly. There's a question over there. How long is the process, and as a parent, how long before you get back the results of the assessment? That's your question? Yeah. Okay.
Me first? Okay, so once we receive a referral, our preferred practice is that somebody would reach out to you within a week and schedule that assessment. Once that assessment is done, which we don't formally assess at the center. So what we would do basic observations, screening, and from there we would refer out if there needs to be more in-depth assessment. And then we will create a holistic plan which touches on all the various areas and the support services that this child needs. And so I would say it should be within about 6 weeks of that happening, you would be starting services. But if we're referring out for assessment, I can't really say how long we might take to get back that assessment.
That's fair.
Okay. So there are several layers when it comes to the assessment of a child with neurodivergent. And it also depends on where you begin your access. If you begin your access at the community health clinic and you have to be referred to a pediatrician, that process might take a week. After you get to the pediatrician and the pediatrician says, okay, yes, this child has a neurodivergent, and gives you a screening tool, that may take another week because he will send you away with it. You would have to fill it out, probably have, you may have to have other persons like teachers also complete that screening tool. And usually they would want you to come back within a week. When they come back, during all that time, they would have also, or should have also referred you to other services like speech therapy, occupational therapy, etc. And those services, getting access to those services are also variable. If the screening tool comes back highly suspecting of a neurodivergent disorder, you might be sent for formal testing. And that formal testing, again, might be anywhere between a week. Unfortunately, I've heard of it being longer than a week, but usually you would find that persons would try to get that person seen, formally seen and assessed within 1 to 2 weeks. So as Ms. Estridge is saying, you're saying seen somewhere between a month to 6 weeks
for formal diagnosis. However, the process of getting them into therapies can be within that first 6 weeks.
All right, thank you. I think we've learned a lot today. I know I have. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you both for being here today. Of course, if you have any further questions, both Dr. Frett and Ms. Estridge are going to be around for a little bit this afternoon. You can pull them aside and ask some more questions, or if you want to ask, or if you're online and you'd like to have some questions answered, you can forward it through to us at Lemonade and we'll get the questions over to them for you. All right? So we've come to the end of our program. You made it. You did it. All right, we have the lovely Amiyah here with us. You guys would have seen her on social media. She would like to say something to everyone about what we're doing here today and what it means to her. So come on up.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, my name is Amiyah. As she introduced me, I own a lemonade stand back in Anegada. And today I would just like to thank Lemonade BVI for putting together this awesome event for people to come to support people with autism, because it is a very important topic. And I am surrounded with people who have autism as well. So this means a lot to me.
So Amiyah made it over from Anegada, as she said, and she's very, very keen to keep raising awareness about what we're doing. And so we have our own lemonade champion with her own branding in Anegada. So if ever you're there and you're thirsty, pass by her lemonade stand, get some lemonade, and who knows, that money might be coming back to us here at Lemonade BVI, right? Wink, wink. Thank you, Amiyah. Thank you for coming today. All right, so vote of thanks time. I promise I'll make it quick. So as we bring this wonderful event and day to a close, I'm always sad to see you all go. I'd like to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to the many persons, individuals, partners who made today possible. First and foremost, thank you to each and every one of you for coming out today. You got up, you showered, you came out, you stuck it through. We had a great time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of the conversation and moving it along. To our parents, caregivers, educators, professionals, advocates, community members, all of you, and for leading into the conversations and committing to building, a community where individuals with autism and Down syndrome are truly seen, safe, and supported. To our incredible speakers and panelists and facilitators, Dr. Sharlon Lewis-Forbes Akaelen Brewley, Dr. Mike Turnbull, Latoya Brown, Kate Mallin, Dr. Michelle Martin, Dr. Cynthia Grenyion, Ms. Marsha Pemberton, Ms. Huelette McNickle, Mrs. Otrisha John-Prescott, Dr. Natasha Frett, and Jamoi Anselm. Thank you all for your expertise, your honesty, your willingness to share your lived and professional experiences with us. So thank you. Let's give a round of applause to everyone who spoke today. To my Lemonade BVI Symposium team, you would have seen everyone scurrying around in their lemonade t-shirts, or you would seen volunteers with their lanyards and their names. This would not have been possible today without a very hardworking team in the background. So my deepest thank you to you all for making it happen. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone. And of course, to the Save the Seed Energy Center, thank you for hosting us and providing such a welcoming space. Special thanks to the chef and the catering team for preparing such a delicious lunch for us. To TGS, so that's Tortola General Services, and Miss Latoya Chambers for our lovely breakfast pastries and the breakfast items we had and our teas. Thank you for that. To our volunteers, you would have seen them around. Anyone that has a lanyard with their name on it, they're volunteering here today. In their own way, you made this all very possible. I want to give a special shout out to Miss Caribbean talented teen Maya. You would have seen we had royalty in the house today. So she was serving us, helping us with service of our lunch. Thank you for coming out and for being there. We also extend sincere appreciation to our donors and sponsors, including the McLean Association for Children, Unite BVI Foundation, the Social Development Department, Guana Fund, CFVI, 5 Doctors, Speedies for getting our VG folks over here. Thank you, Speedies. To ESA Solutions, and of course to Tortola General Services. Your support enables us to continue this work and expand our impact. Today was more than a symposium. It was a reminder that when we come together with intention and compassion and shared purpose, we create real change. And I hope when we go forward today, we will start to see more of that change happening in our communities. So each and every one of you have an opportunity to make that ripple in the pond. So go forward and be your amazing selves, and thank you all again, and we'll see you at the next one. Thank you. Just a quick word about participation. I see the certificate reminder over there. For those of you who require professional development hours, especially teachers, please make your way to registration. You will have certificates available to you for your time here today. You will earn that for being here in this space today. And of course, our AV guys, Shane and his hardworking team in the corner, making it all possible, bringing us out to the world. Thanks, Shane. Awesome.
Before everyone leaves, if you would join me in singing congratulations to Simone. I can't sing, so that was just a joke. But would you just join me in thanking Simone for all the work she puts into and the passion and the love around Lemonade? Well done. It's a good symposium again. Thank you very much from all of us.
Thank you. And if you want to really show your appreciation, I would love a group shot with all of you. Let's take a photo together so we know it happened, right? You guys can join me up here. We can take a group picture. Please. Pretty please. Kathy said we should stand this way because of the light. Come on, guys. Come on. Don't be shy.